Welcome back. How's it going yesterday? I was supposed to stream yesterday. I didn't stream yesterday. But it's fine. We're here now. I was doing something. In fact, the reason that we're here today, I'm going to have to rename all the YouTube videos for this. Into the Chasm. Well, you would have noticed from the title of this video, but this video is not called Into the Chasm. I've renamed it to Redlock, which is the working, but I think pretty damn decent title of our platformer now. We're going to dive into that today. So we're going to be designing the game today, and I have the basic background of lore. I kind of understand exactly what I want this game to be. And I think it is quite different from any other precision platformer on the market, in that it is going to be more narratively built. I won't say narratively driven, just that it is not going to be, here's some things you have to climb, now go do it, but rather, here's a very explicit reason of why you're climbing, of where you're climbing, of what you're climbing, and there's going to be some, optional objectives along the way to get you up there. That you can just skip if you want to just bolt it. I want it to be very speedrunner friendly, of course, so that's going to be part of the design that we do today. I'm getting ahead of myself. But I think once I start to read out what it's about, which is going to happen soon here, although I'm going to have to do it again, because you know as well as I do, YouTube, that people are going to filter in and out here. And yeah, so we'll start by reading out what I wrote yesterday. I spent a good few hours, well, it was like 4 or 5 hours yesterday, coming up with the background and lore for the game. So we're starting with like setting, theme, lore, and then we're going to build the mechanics on top of that. And then, once I feel really good about the gameplay loop and what we have designed, we can jump into figuring out what this first playable is going to have to look like. The usual. Oh shit, here we go again, CJ. Before I do that, let me get my caffeine. The weather's been shitty here. It's been like warm enough to not be cold, but cold enough to not be warm. And wet. Just shit. Put that over here. Okay. I will read this out to you. I did write this. I wrote everything you see here. It's not the greatest, but it is a start. And I think mostly my issues are with like just how a couple of sentences are worded, or the flow of things, or it can be reduced heavily, especially if this is supposed to be the synopsis that we throw to entice a player. It really shouldn't be this long, but I'm nitpicking something that doesn't have to be handled right now. Let me bump down the music a sec. Okay. Redlock. 3D sci-fi precision platformer that we of course know about already. On the tidally locked exoplanet of LHS 3844b. It does have a proper name, by the way, but I don't know. Later. We'll talk about that later. Mining colony Redlock searches for rare earth elements used in fusion drives. Hosted by a flaring red dwarf star, the planet experiences extreme solar radiation and unprotected meteorite bombardments. You are a miner, working on expanding the structure deeper towards the mantle where the rarest, heaviest metals can be found. The carefully planned construction of the geothermal power and mantle extraction level is interrupted when a mining-induced rock burst collapses a critical part of the structure. When the dust settles, you miraculously find yourself on your back, alive, with your exosuit having saved your life by dispensing reactive foam. Your mining friends and colleagues have been crushed, and nearly all levels of the structure are experiencing failures of some kind. Evacuation orders have surely been sent out, but your communication devices have all been destroyed by the fall. Nearly 3 kilometers of unstable platforms and lethal hazards are between you and your rescue. So that's the basis for it. This is a real exoplanet in the constellation India with a actual red dwarf star, and it's the planet is very close to the star, so it will appear quite large in the sky compared to how we see our sun, for instance. And it is thought to number one, it is most likely tidally locked, and one of the few planets that we have confirmed to actually be tidally locked. What that means is that as it revolves around its star, its sun, the rotation of the planet matches that revolution. So one side of the planet is always the same side exactly as facing the star. And so basically there is this perpetually, let's say, day and perpetually night side of the planet. It's been a phenomenon I've always found cool. And so if I have the opportunity to put that on in a game, I thought that'd be pretty awesome. It is also thought to have the rare earth elements capable of building fusion drives, so it would be a really good candidate for setting up a mining colony and then building those or sending that elsewhere. But it does, because it has almost no atmosphere, largely because of it being tidally locked, it is going to be prone to solar flares, radiation from, solar radiation, and also just meteorite bombardments, because it doesn't have any protection against that. It's our atmosphere that burns up those meteorites that protects us from the vast majority of them. And then with regards to like the rock burst, this is a very common, well, not I wouldn't say common, but it is a very dangerous and likely scenario when you're mining, especially in areas that might be quite unstable. So basically this is just an accident, but it ripples up towards the rest of the structure and everything's fucked up and you find yourself on the bottom. You fell maybe about like 100-200 meters. Your reactive foam in your exosuit saves you, and you wake up, you get knocked out, blackout, whatever. You wake up and you're looking up 2 to 3 kilometers of this structure above you, and there's smoke and shit, and things are cracked and still falling a little bit. That's where the game starts, and now you have to perform that precision platformer movement, largely vertical, in this structure. So like I said, it is very much more of a narratively built precision platformer compared to the rest of the market, and I think that that's one of the ways that we can stand out. Okay, let's get to the gameplay though, because this is just that's just the lore. This is just gonna be the gameplay, but it's going to be the start of what we think the gameplay could be. After a mining tremor leaves you nearly dead and destroys much of the colony, you must platform your way to the surface. Avoid stellar radiation, hazardous gases, and cryogenic spills as you jump and climb your way past the bodies of other researchers and engineers. Hydrogen canisters will fuel your double jump, while LB4 cartridges can restore your radiation ablative, protecting you against flares. Aim straight for the surface in a desperate attempt to survive, or try to restore critical systems on your journey upwards, securing the site's safety as best you can. Seek out the neurotags of fallen individuals to bring back to management, collecting the final thoughts of the brave starfarers who put their life on the line. Just remember, the higher you are, the harder you fall. LB4 is lithium borohydroxide. Lithium borohydride. That's what it is. And this is I was looking up how they would, protect themselves against solar radiation, and this is one of the compounds or chemicals or whatever you want to call it that would be a pretty good broad spectrum ablative for the solar radiation that you would experience there. And I have a really cool like vision for, because you know it's supposed to be an ablative, right? So it should coat everything. And I thought it'd be really cool if there was like a cartridge that you pop out of your suit, pop a new one in, and then it like magnetically spreads out across your suit. We can do some pretty fun stuff for the visual effects of that. And so what you would have is like the, I'll show you, like, let's just draw like the shaft a sec. So you would have like the shaft, right? And of course there would be a lot of side elements and some horizontal climbing, let's say, or platforming. But the sunlight would, you know, be like coming down slightly sideways. So you would have a portion of the shaft getting hit by that solar radiation, and so if you're in that, your ablative will start to deteriorate until you take, you know, health damage, let's say. But the health damage is not going to be, it's not going to be so extreme that the game is now about managing your health, but there will be some management of it. And then of course in the shaded parts, you don't have to worry about those. So, you know, when you're just starting out at the bottom, you don't really have to worry about it. As you start to move up, there might be a couple of platforms where you're going to take some ablative damage, but as you move up, you know, a greater percentage of that shaft is going to be hit by the solar radiation. So that kind of is an early introduced element to the game that becomes more and more significant as you go higher up. Which I find to be pretty interesting. And because it is, you know, it's driven by the environment, by the lore, I find that to be really interesting and a good selling point. Like, you're not just fighting against the structure's hazards, you know, you could almost say man-made or man-involved hazards, but now you're fighting also against the environment too. I thought there could be some cool, like, hallucinogenic gases, maybe like some blurred vision stuff from like heat haze, because we do have like a smelter, geothermal power. I don't know, like there's so much opportunity in each of these to have, you know, both interesting visuals, but also use the elements of our platforming mechanics, or even create some new ones that make every level of the structure different. So you were, when the accident happened, you were drilling from level 6 to level 7, which I know I set up, I kind of changed it last night, and I didn't really go up and fix the lore thing, but you were basically drilling down into deeper into the mantle to get access to the exotic materials. So you were you were kind of like starting on level 6 or in the middle of level 6. I might move geothermal power up because of that, like, you know, up to like level 5 or something. I don't know though. It doesn't matter right now. Whatever. So you're mining down there, and that's where it is. And as you move up, you reach these different levels, and these different levels will then have different mechanics and visuals because of that, and also just different shapes. You know, I imagine like a habitat hydroponics area is going to look very different from you know, the tungsten and silicate mining gallery, or the geothermal power area. So I like it. I like the premise. And I think what we need to work on and work out is what each of these levels is going to contain from the gameplay, what we're going to introduce at each level that makes the gameplay different and adds variety, and how we're going to tell the story in an optional way, since we do want the game to be beatable without doing these secondary objectives. So like restoring critical systems on your journey upwards, securing the site's safety. I think that could just be like a bonus ending, right? There's something that you can do for like an achievement, bonus ending. It can even, you know, be part of like a speedrun goal, you know, speedrun any percent or whatever, just finish the game, or speedrun restoring the system. And same with the neurotags. I think those are just going to be that's just gonna be lore, right? You find dead bodies, you pull out their neurotag, and it kind of gives you their last thoughts, or it's just, I don't know, some sort of final moments of that person before it happened. I don't know. Could just be audio logs. Because I imagine, like, okay, we have like, I don't know, 50 neurotags or something for you to find. And it's just 50 people's dying in like 10 seconds. You know, the first 5 times is like, okay, this is really cool. Like, I get to see their final thoughts and what they were doing before they died. And then it's just like, okay, I wonder what's in this, you know, this rock. Dead. Great. Tells me a lot about what they were doing here. Either way, it could just be like the neurotags are not the audio logs, but more just like dog tags essentially, kind of thing. And then there are also audio logs. That would be my thinking. And the neurotags could just also be like you know, written lore about who they were and what role they played. Something optional. I don't know. I did mention I wanted to have health, and I think there's gonna be 2 resources I see, or 3 resources, 2 that are related to like defense and protection. I was thinking we could do something like with oxygen, because there wouldn't be an atmosphere here, or there would be a very thin one, and one where you would need to have oxygen. I just don't know what we would do with it. Hey, Redlock, what are we doing here? We're designing. Big ol' capital D. Just Post, thank you so much for the raid. Hi guys, happy
Jitspo raided my stream with 46
Wednesday.
viewers.
How you doing? Thank you so much for the follow bomb shot. Hi guys. We're designing a new game today. And we were talking about the lore and like the gameplay synopsis that I wrote up yesterday. And now we're just jumping into, you know, what are some interesting, you know, what are the resources here? What are the mechanics? How can we make this interesting, not just on like a lore level, but also on a mechanical level? The developer hell experience. Hey, at least pre-production, we can just say like, oh yeah, that sounds cool. Let's try to do it. And we don't have to worry about doing it yet. What about dead bodies and neurotech? I said, sounds like my kind of lunch break. It is a sci-fi game. It takes place. You know what? I'll read it out for you guys. I'll read out the lore. On the tidally locked exoplanet of LHS 3844b, mining colony Redlock searches for rare earth elements used in fusion drives. Hosted by a flaring red dwarf star, the planet experiences extreme solar radiation and unprotected meteorite bombardments. You are a miner working on expanding the structure deeper towards the mantle where the rarest, heaviest metals can be found. The carefully planned construction of the geothermal power and mantle extraction level is interrupted when a mining-induced rock burst collapses a critical part of the structure. When the dust settles, you miraculously find yourself on your back, alive, with your exosuit having saved your life by dispensing reactive foam. Your mining friends and colleagues have been crushed, and nearly all levels of the structure are experiencing failures of some kind. Evacuation orders have surely been sent out, but your communication devices have all been destroyed by the fall. Nearly 3 kilometers of unstable platforms and lethal hazards are between you and your rescue. I'm a minor, no child labor laws here. Nuh-uh, the children yearn for the mines. And then the small gameplay synopsis I wrote too. This is just to get us started, moving in the right direction. After a mining tremor leaves you nearly dead and destroys much of the colony, you must platform your way to the surface. Avoid stellar radiation, hazardous gases, and cryogenic spills as you jump and climb your way past the bodies of other researchers and engineers. Hydrogen canisters will fuel your double jump, while LB4 cartridges can restore your radiation ablative, protecting you against flares. Aim straight for the surface in a desperate attempt to survive, or try to restore critical systems on your journey upwards, securing the site's safety as best you can. Seek out the neurotags of fallen individuals to bring back to management, collecting the final thoughts of the brave starfarers who put their life on the line. Just remember, the higher you are, the harder you fall. And that's really that's our start. That's our beginning. And I spent like 4 to 5 hours yesterday just making this as scientifically feasible, even though it is still sci-fi. And that way we have a really strong base of, reason and understanding to build a really cool platformer with. If it's a 110-year-old man need to keep their oxygen tank full and you have to keep them calm or they have a heart attack. I don't know, the gravity is like 1.29 Earth gravity or something. So it's not horrible, but it is going to be quite interesting. I don't know if an old man could survive that. He'd probably just crumple. Let's move this down. I want to have like resources here. I'd love to find a way that we could use mining. If you are a miner or something, I'd love for a mechanic that utilized that. I just don't know what it would be. And anything that I'm thinking of off the top of my head sounds like it would clash with the core gameplay of actually platforming. So we'll think about that today. We have a lot of time today to do that. Health, radiation, ablative. Oxygen is a question mark. Would like to do something with it. We don't need to. Hydrogen. This is the LB4 cartridges. Did I spell cartridges right? Cartridges. Yes, I did. It's the opposite end of the spectrum for me? What do you mean? Aren't we all on the spectrum? Or if like I want to make a single player Smash game, to I want to make a speedrun into okay, it's Smash and Neon White. I think that I don't think there's any perfect formula to making a game. Which is why I never really liked those videos on YouTube about how to make a perfectly successful indie game. And then it's basically them just telling you to like, oh, trend chase, try to get lucky, and I don't know, use AI or something, right? And it's like, okay, this sounds kind of dumb. But if you want to start with, this game is really, this game X is amazing, but I fucking hate System Y of it. And I'm going to make a game that's like this, but it's more around System Y and it's better built. I mean, that's awesome. I think that that's a really great way to approach it. You don't even have to think about your lore or something first. I guess this time I was like, you know what? I really want to focus on the lore, and then we can build the systems from that. But you can also make a game that's successful if you just build around a really cool set of like core 1 or 2 systems, and then find a setting to place that in. Given this is an interstellar game, have you considered the mechanism you want to facilitate the interstellar travel plays a role in what you can use for mining? We talked about fusion drives, and that's why you're here on this mining colony, is mining the rare earth elements needed for those fusion drives. You won't be like leaving the planet or anything. It's just a platforming game, like only up. But I mean, I was thinking that would be enough to start with. We could just say, here's why you're here. Here's what you're mining for. We could build in a cool world building game first, and like, I don't know, I guess it's gonna be like Ghostbusters meets 80s Pizza Joint. Like they do the ghost free in 30 minutes or your money back. That can be an excuse for why you're speedrunning. Future Drive implies it's a many-year trip. Yes. This planet is 50 light years away from Earth. So we are, you know, we can assume that there was like some cryogenic stasis, or that they had a colony on a ship and multiple generations or something. Hydrogen canisters, and this is for double jump. Double jump or jump boost. Don't know yet. We might make them rare. Some that you can find along the main path, more that you can find along side paths. But that if you just want to focus on the main path, if we want to make this a game that is speedrunner friendly, we of course don't want to make those optional elements required, because then they're not optional anymore. But I'd like to cater to two types of players here. The people that just want to focus on going up as fast as they can, you know, good for clips, good for speedrunning, and the people who like to explore, obtain more information, try to do these side objectives, you know, maybe multiple endings where one is just you escape and you're alive, but the colony is ruined. One where you bring back critical systems and the colony is saved, and, you know, you can get back to work. Something like that. Funny you mentioned I hate this one mechanic, because that's how my other big game idea came to be. I've done the same thing. When we were working on our alchemy-driven open-world RPG, it was because I was just like, you know what, I love alchemy games, but none of them are really RPGs. None of them. They're all just like shopkeeping games. Boring. I mean, I like shopkeeping games, but you know, it's just like, it's just this one thing. And the publishers liked it too. Not enough to give me the money we needed, but you know. Welcome to publishing. Health. We do want health. I'll mention here, health should be like, more casual, no auto restore. The radiation ablative only protects against solar radiation. Well, it is broad spectrum. It's like a shield, but it only works against radiation. And I don't know if it would primarily be, well, it would primarily be broad spectrum, so I don't know if it would protect very well against other sources of radiation that weren't solar. I guess it depends on the specific types of particles here. We'd have to look into that. What was that game called? It was called Cauldron Chronicles. It didn't get made, but it's in stasis. It is not dead, just in stasis. The publishers did like it. They loved the pitch. They liked what we had made. But it's just, you know, we wanted to scale up to like 30 people for a team, and we were only like 3 people at that time. I was like, understandably, it was a risk. So we're going to build up the team first, then come back, pull it out of stasis, move up higher. If it had been like, we want to scale from 3 people to 10 people, I think that they would have done it, but we can't make that game with 10 people, or at least not in that amount of time. which it is what it is. We initially didn't intend to have 30 people. It was mostly like 15, but then we added a couple of mechanics that were better unique selling points, but also doubled the scope. Solar for sure, other sources, hydrogen canisters, double jump or jump boost. These would have uses. Infinitely stack, or just replenish up to max. We don't know what oxygen could do. Oxygen. Really want to make the dual wielding shooter, but I need money to hire people to make stuff for it. I could in theory just do the speedrunning game on my own in a reasonable time. Yeah, I think that's a good way to go about it. You always need an ideas, man. I don't think so. I don't think there's any use in the game industry for ideas, people. I don't think so at all. And designers are not ideas people. Like, I'm a designer. Ideas are... It's not about having them. It's about managing them. You know, one of you could say a cool idea in chat, but then, you know, I'm comparing that up against what the vision is, what the core loop is, what the audience is. You know, if I'm thinking, okay, we have, you know, you are a miner. It would be cool if in this mining colony we could integrate mining in some way. I'd be like, yes, I agree. And, you know, the first thing is, okay, you can collect, optionally, you can collect, you know, different elements as you go around from the walls, from the mining galleries, from other rooms, and you could combine them to make, I don't know, these hydrogen canisters or ablative or something. I mean, that's doable. But if it was even further where it's like, okay, you can create, I don't know, platforming tools like a grappling hook or something, it's like, okay, well, this grappling hook sounds cool in theory, but grappling hooks in most games ruin platforming because now you're just aiming at something, pulling a trigger, and, you know, that's where the idea starts to go a little bit bonkers, right? Maybe something where you need some oxygen, but if you overfill it, you die or something. I don't like that. I don't like that. It's a little silly for this kind of game. There's no bad idea, by the way. There's only bad ideas for the type of game that you're making. Everything could work in theory depending on which game you're making. Make the hydrogen have a chance to explode if you hit something. Didn't like it right after I said it. That's a majority of my ideas. Got fusion in world. How small do they support it? Would you base on-person items off fusion-related mechanics? Sequester it to vehicles. Are you talking about mechanics or are you talking about lore? Because it is just like an only up style game, right? Trying to use lore to build mechanics. Let's go for more grounded. You know, if we want to stretch it to, they had to use some cryogenic stasis to get here. You know, that's fine. That's doable. It's only 50 light years. They have fusion drives, so I don't know. We can reach near light speed, but it's still going to take a long time to get here. I think that's doable. And, you know, this mining colony acts as a supplier for a refueling station, like we can even say on like the dark side of the planet. Something where it's cooler, or it's somewhere in the middle where it's a bit more moderated, where you do get a little bit of solar radiation, but it's not nearly as bad, or it's easier to cover up, as opposed to where this mining colony is. But I'd rather keep it a bit more grounded. Collect gases as solids? Yes, but why are we collecting gases? Using sections that go towards the outer edge of the planet. Well, the planet's big, right? It's a pretty big planet. I think it's larger in radius than Earth. Need to double check on that. You would probably be somewhere. It is a tidally locked planet, right? So we have planet, and let's just pretend that this is the sun, the star, not the sun technically. You have one portion of this planet that is perpetually in night, the same part, and one that is in day. Your mining facility would be, like, let's say, here-ish. So you are on the day side. You get a lot of solar radiation, but it is not directly on top of you. It is slightly off to the side, so you don't get constantly bombarded with solar radiation, but there is usually a radiation shield that, because of the rock blast, has been destroyed, and now the radiation is pooping into the colony. And so as you climb up, you don't get the full brunt of it, but as you go up higher, you do start to get exposed to more and more of it, because there's just more percentage of your level of shaft that is being exposed to that radiation. If that makes sense. There's a lot of heavy rare earth elements that are used theoretically in fusion drives, and that's what you're doing. It's a good idea. Make the sun poop. Sounds massive above my pay grade. My ideas are planet style. It's way too goofy. No, but like I said, there's no bad ideas. Everything can like lead to something else, right? Well, you're trying to get higher up because you need to escape. The problem is that it does become more risky from like a solar radiation perspective to go higher up. Reminds me of a Riddick movie. Sounds cool. I never watched that. Bird. Would you recommend it for like inspiration? So it's like, if we're thinking of like Only Up, rather than Only Up just being like a collection of stolen assets going up into space, you're gonna be in like the bottom of a shaft going up for a different reason. Yeah, I don't know. Like oxygen just sounds like it's. Is it necessary to include oxygen in the game? No. If we could find a cool way to utilize it, I guess great. But I agree with the radiation ablative becoming, it's introduced early enough into the game, right? Because the first moment the player gets hit by some sunlight, we can introduce it as a mechanic. But it's not going to be very noticeable, right? It's just like you're getting a slight whiff of it, and your ablative, I don't know, maybe it takes 1 or 2% damage, and you're like, oh, okay, so the sunlight's a problem. Kind of like that, the planet in Mass Effect 3, where you are going to meet Tali. I think it's Mass Effect 3 or 2. It's one of those. I think it might be 2. It's just like, okay, this is your introduction to it. As you go up, you're going to, you can look up and see that there's more sunlight or starlight. There's more light hitting the upper sections. You're like, okay, I gotta be careful about that. Hydrogen is less something that you manage, and it's more something that you have available to use. So I don't think that's going to provide too much mental overhead to the player as they're moving up. Health might be, but it depends on what drains health. So if your radiation ablative is depleted, you take health damage. doable. And there could be some other things too, like either some gases or some molten lava, something, you know, spilled out of a crucible, whatever. We can find a way to do that. We could go like I don't think this is the only game that has done this, but like the Starfield route, right? Where you have your oxygen and you can use that to boost, thereby eliminating hydrogen, which would make more sense to have as like a local boost. Or maybe your hydrogen, you know, on your exosuit has been destroyed, and so the backup is now to use your oxygen, but it's not recommended to do that because of course you don't have as much to breathe. I just don't know if everything in every game that has used oxygen in this way, it's almost more of an annoyance to manage. You physically recoil from Starfield. Starfield is not a bad game. It really isn't. It's not a great game, but it's not a bad game. Like I'll show you what I did with Starfield. 100%ed it. I enjoyed it. It just was like, okay, I kind of forgot everything that happened in it now. Yeah, not a lot of gun variety in that game, was there? It was like, okay, this is a cool start for your guns. Anything else? No? Okay. 10 vote 2 just as a jet you can use as an ignition source. What for? What for? Because you have to consider that the majority of players of these types of games are going to want to platform. Like 80% of the game should be platforming, and the 20% that is there should be optional. Or the 20% of non-platforming gameplay. Because most of the people that play these are just there for the challenge, for the platforming, for the difficulty. They don't want to have to go out of their way to search for stuff, to collect things. I'm okay with using and having these other sources of mechanics and gameplay, but we have to draw the line somewhere. I don't know the variety, all of them are very poorly designed. A line that they weren't fully sci-fi fantasy, they weren't fully grounded. It's stuff like an AK with wires on it. Yeah, you know, I like the mag guns. I think those are pretty cool, but yeah, it's just... It was lacking. It was very lacking. Not enough uses of, like, knocking people out either. Not a lot of emergence from the gunplay, let's put it that way. Something that they should have improved, but maybe they'll improve with the new DLC that they're going to make. Let's just leave oxygen. We don't know what to do with it. We don't know if we want to utilize it yet. Mining is another just... It would be cool if we could use this. What could we use this for? Gives what mining a name if you're not focused on collecting seems like a mismatch. Why would you think that? More interactive collectible. With oxygen or mining? With mining. I don't mind the idea of like, okay, you can craft your own LB4 cartridges or hydrogen canisters. But then again, if you're doing that and you're requiring the player to go and do that, there might be an issue with players feeling like the game, they're not just allowed to platform. Now they have to go and look out for these resources. Yeah, I think that if I wanted to include it where you would collect the I don't know, some lithium or some, well, I don't know how you would really craft the hydrogen canisters, but maybe like empty canisters and fill them or something. This would be optional. But then at that point, it also just doesn't feel significant enough to be interesting. Ian, this is a game like Only Up. If you're familiar with the game. It's a 3D precision platformer. That's it. Get out of hole is what it kind of comes down to. Danger hole. Get out of the danger hole. Hey, look, lore dumps, like you could have it there so it's some remnants stuck in the rock and you mine it out, then you can scan it, get more lore. I don't mind that either. It's less reverse Spelunky. It's more about platforming than it is about mechanics, like Spelunky is. Spelunky is more like a roguelike. This is more of, you just have to go up. But the further you go up, the more dangerous it gets. And also the further you'll fall if you do fall. Fun. Lore, I'm okay with. Lore is cool because, you know, it's going to be optional, and I think that any more lore we can provide about the mining colony is great. 100% on board with that. Whether or not we want mining as a mechanic, I'm unsure. If we wanted to remove the dissonance that the player might feel playing a miner and not being able to mine, we can just make them like an engineer or something. And they were just there supervising, or, you know, quick 10-second cutscene. Hey, you shouldn't mine over there. It's going to cause a rock blast. Boom. You know, something like that. Adding a little mini game. Well, there might be some puzzles or mini games like that, but they would be optional. Is what I'm trying to say. And I want to focus for now on core mechanics that are necessary to beat the game. But we would like to have this separate ending where you restore critical systems, and that might be a case where you need to, I don't know, even just collect some materials that are lying around in different areas, or go back down to a previous level to find something, and then bring it back up to restore the, I don't know, the geothermal power, right? But that would be 100% optional, and just for like completionists, different ending, achievement, special speedrun type. Place to recharge your hydrogen reaction so you can have it where you mine to build it. It's just, I don't know why we would have mining, is what I'm kind of saying. Being able to build these is fine. To me, it isn't reason enough to have mining. Because it's like only two things. Yeah, I'm starting to think the same thing, Bombshot. Like, you know, we're trying to fit the square peg in the circle hole. I don't mind using collecting resources as an optional mechanic to help you restore the critical systems as part of that optional additional objective for people that want to do that. Build like building for like power-ups like hydrogen or oxygen recharger. I don't hate that, Shrilduck. I don't hate that, and I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. The game should be extremely difficult, but possible, to beat, without building any of those, right? But the vast majority of people who might play this game are not going to be those types of players. Now, you will beat the game faster, and of course with more, e-donger. Your e-penis will be much larger if you beat the game without it. But I do like the ability to craft those things, around each checkpoint or in set locations if you've collected those materials, to make it so that if you do fall or you do have some problems getting past a section, you can come back to those, let's say, hydrogen refueler and ablative restorer in order to try again with full resources, right? I like that. It's more casual friendly. That doesn't mean that the game is only for casuals or that it's required to do that. I do like that. I think play could have phases when it's closer to sun and further away. You can show it with visuals, and at some point radiation is unbearable in direct sunlight. So I wanted to have solar flares, Bird, because I think that this star would have quite a few flares. I don't know what its rotation or revolution, around its star looks like. I don't know how circular it is. Let's put it that way. I think it's pretty circular. Isn't that what that means? Like it's almost nearly a perfect circle. Is it possible that LHS 3844B is available in those simulation games? Because I do have one. It's like Universe Sandbox or something. You think it's available in this? Worth checking. Took like 5 seconds to download. What planet? The planet that this takes place on. This planet. We maybe have short distance teleportation because you could do the collectible nonlinear thing where you're talking about if the other main mechanic was activating teleports. Yes, actually, yes, Bombshot. I do want to have checkpoints available for people that need them. I know it's not very common in this type of game, but I do want to open up the precision platformer. I want to open this up to a bit more to people who maybe aren't so hardcore about it. But you can, of course, just turn off the teleporters, or maybe the default is to have them off, but you can turn them on as like an option. I'm a big fan of gameplay options like that. Content unavailable. Content servers unreachable. What the fuck does that mean? What do you mean content servers unreachable? Excuse me? Let's just try reloading Steam or something. I don't know. Content servers unreachable. I've never seen that before. Steam content servers unreachable. Change the download region. Okay, I can try that. You know what? We should put that in there because I already have checkpoints actually built into it as well. Found a record of someone spawning in. Oh, you're right. Doesn't it have workshop support? So maybe it's in the workshop? Universe Sandbox. Mark and Bob. I don't know if it has its orbit and sky space mapped. Maybe not. Yeah, there's a star system here with it. Be perfect. We can verify what the orbit of this thing looks like. Oh, it's gonna be loud. Uh-oh. Hold on. Oh, thank God. Ooh. Oh, I don't want to see about it. Just, how do we get to it? Search. Close guide. Oh, kurwa. How do we do it? Oh, stars. Planets, moons. How do we go to a system? View. It's in the Indus constellation. Simulation. I want to switch simulation. Open workshop. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I see our planet. It is here. And it is very circular. So I don't think we're going to have issues with getting too close to the sun. But we can 100% have flares. Yeah, this looks accurate. 1.31 Earth radii. High temperature. I don't know if you can tidally lock in. It should be tidally locked. Why this one? I thought this one would be cool because it was one of the few guaranteed or scientifically proven tidally locked exoplanets that's near enough and would have the resources, or likely have the resources, available for fusion drives. So it just felt like a cool mix of circumstances. What is this? This is our planet. It is real. Although the star would be more of a red dwarf than this one is. This is a pretty old simulation software. So we'll stick with the flares. The software, this Universe Sandbox. In 2015, still apparently in early access. Sounds like Star Citizen to me. No, but it is really good software. It's really cool. You can do a lot of fun stuff with it. Solar radiation and flares will be two separate things, so you will take radiation, ablative damage at all times while in the sunlight. But of course, when it flares, you know, we can provide like a warning, we can boost up the, you know, like the exposure or something, or increase the brightness of the planet. Obviously, we have ultra dynamic sky, so it's gonna be very, very easy for us to make a really, really good looking red dwarf star and fuck around with it, similar to what we did with like Colden Chronicles with our sky there. Here we go if we get selected for the third term. Yeah, you can crash planets. Yeah, it's pretty fun. Here's the one trick with flares, though, or the one thing we need to keep in mind, is that flare timing and duration needs to be 100% consistent by default. We can add an option to randomize flares, but they need to be consistent for speedrunning. Do you think flare should be like a triggered event, or do you think it should be on semi-random timer? I think it should be non-random timer for flares. Although events could work too, just because those are also then not random. Whichever way, we'll put it here. No, I'll put it here. Either manually triggered flares or guaranteed timings for speedrunning. Option to make random with seed. Because maybe if there's a seed that is like really, really harsh with flares, which could be pretty fun, then people could play that seed for like a really hardcore mode. Super easy to do. Yeah, I agree with you. I do agree with you that if you're going to optimize, you might just... I don't know, because if you just sit there and wait, then you're not going to be winning with speedrun, but maybe there is like, wait 20 seconds. I can see your point, though. I do agree with your point. I think it'll depend on how it's implemented. Or mean for people practicing? What do you mean? I'm on your side with this, though, but I just want you to explain it a bit more. Occasional isn't 2 C's and 2 S's, is it? No, that looks weird. 2 C's, 1 S? Two C's, 1 S. Gravity changes could be a mechanic? Okay, so we can do gravity changes. I even tested it a while back. I just don't know how they would work with our climbing and mantling system. But I don't think it's impossible to fix. It's just, it might fuck around with animations. But that could also mean that in that, like, in the area where we have gravity, we don't do that. But it just might be one of those things that's too technologically challenging for me to figure out how to get working with our animations. Mention if I was trying to practice section for speedrunning, there was time solar flares, I get frustrated. Every few minutes of practicing the sections, I have to stop to wait for the flare so I can practice it properly. Well, it depends on what the flares specifically do, right? Like, you won't always be in sunlight. It will just be in sections. And I think the flare would just make the solar radiation do more damage to your ablative. Having them timed... Here's why I support them being timed and not be triggered. Because if there is an event that triggers it, you merely need to wait out the event. And you know exactly when it's going to happen. The slight benefit that having it be on a timer but non-random timer provides us is with community learning exactly when and how long they last, and potentially optimizing their speed run around, okay, if we go outside right now, a solar flare will happen in 5 more seconds, right? This is like a speed run scenario. And that solar flare lasts for 30 seconds. Within 20 seconds, we can go and grab this and this material, which will enable us to build this later on. So we can skip the solar flare, not have to worry about it, but also optimize by getting this, and this first. lean into them. Maybe they should be more hardline triggered events. Then the areas that are more dangerous are consistently more dangerous. Okay, let's throw this out. I don't know what to decide yet. But whether it's manually triggered or on this guaranteed timings, I think they're both pretty easy to implement. And so we'll just try it with one, or maybe both. Maybe 2 different modes or something, or which I think that you're right though. I think that you're right, but I'm not 100% sure. We could both be right. We could both be wrong. Maybe they both suck. I don't know. I think it needs testing, yeah. Star more ablative damage from solar radiation. Last X seconds. They're probably both differently right. Yeah, I think so too. I think that's like kind of how it feels. I agree. Does linear, maybe not linear, does, well, yeah, does linear ablative damage while hit by light, does health damage if ablative gone. For the record, I'm totally more right than you. Maybe, I don't know. Any game designer that tells you that they're right is a liar, and you shouldn't work with them. Game design is not a settled science. Funny thing is, you're both wrong. That could happen too. If game designers were perpetually right, and it was easy to be right, then every single game in the world would be perfectly designed and be fun for its target audience. Yeah. It's a crapshoot, honestly. There are so many different factors to whether or not a mechanic is considered fun, because a game could be considered unfun just because it released too soon to a competing title that did its mechanics slightly better. And had that game come out, I don't know, 2 months after your game would be seen as the first one to the worm. Game designers are perfectly right. It wouldn't be my 3rd prototype of the same game. Hey, sometimes you gotta try something out to realize it sucks. We've done that too. Let's just say does ablative damage. I'll just change this to hazards. And we'll just include all the hazards here. Toxic gases. For sure. I definitely want ice. Let's just do like surface materials. Ice and mud we have already. And we have surface materials working on a per physical material basis. So we can do anything that changes the way the player moves is very much easy to do. How you doing, IGS? Good morning. Or evening. For me, it's morning, though. How's it going? It's going pretty well. Sorry I was gone yesterday, by the way. I just wasn't feeling good mentally, and I just sat here at work, and I came up with Redlock. Like, I don't know. I need to do this off stream, so I just wrote up the lore and synopsis. But that can, of course, change. I just didn't feel like streaming yesterday. Maybe let's just change this to like gases or volumes. Maybe let's say gases / volumes. Toxic, hallucinogenic. I did spell that right. Did you know I won my elementary school spelling bee against a bully? Like, he and I were the last 2 people in the school spelling bee, and he lost to the word taxi. Taxy is what he said. And ooh boy, did that feel good. Did that feel good to beat him on that word. I feel like there you had to have a no tech day. Yeah, I feel like that. What year was this? In elementary school? I was in 6th grade. How old are you when you're in 6th grade? 10th grade of special. Shut the fuck up. Like 12? Yeah, so it was like when I was 12. I made it to state spelling bee. Yeah, because I placed properly in regional, but then I lost at state spelling bee. And then I became dumb and retarded, and then I dropped out of high school. So, you know, things happen. Gases, volumes, toxic, hallucinogenic. Let's keep going from this. We could just do like a heat. I don't know, just heat haze maybe. So it's just like visual. It's just kind of like blurry. Maybe your exosuit protects against it. How you doing, Punka? Smart kid, I intentionally become dumb because smart was exhausting, so I feel like there. Once I turned 18, you know, in high school, and you're like, you know what, the reason that they never tell you in school, and it's very smart of them to do so, they never tell you that once you reach 18, they cannot force you to go to school. But of course, they don't want you to know that. They don't want any kid to know that, because then no kid would go to school when they're 18. They will threaten you. They will tell you that you have to come back, but they actually can't make you come back. I realized that. My parents were not happy about that. Surface materials, ice, mud. I don't know if we should go crazy with surface materials, but we do have surface materials. I don't know, we can do like molten, which is like mud, you know, it's very thick, hard to get out of, but it also does like health damage. We have this already. Hard to move and jump in. We have this already. Maybe just like mud. Does health damage while in it. I don't think it should be super hardcore, but it should be one of those things where you would just want to avoid it, ideally. Left school at 16 by many metrics, you're successful. Still think I got fucking lucky. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it. Like, if I had to tell a kid, should you follow in my footsteps? No. Because they're just people that they will judge you for the simple fact that you don't have a high school degree, or that you dropped out, or didn't go to college or something, right? And it's better to avoid those. Just finish high school. Or get get your GED, just get some equivalent. Clip of a teacher had a kid who was like 18, failing everything, not paying attention, but was really good at drawing. Ask the kid, what do you want to do with your life? Well, I want to be a tattoo artist. Cool, you can just do that. Like, you don't need to be a teacher goated. Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of kids fail in classes too, just because they aren't interested. Like, for me, if I was interested in the subject, or if I had a good teacher that could pull me in and make me care, I did well. I got good grades. But if it was the opposite, I would fail, and I wouldn't do their homework. So I could do really well. Like, I had one year where I was like getting an F in math, and I used to be 2 years ahead in math. And then I just had a shitty teacher that wouldn't teach us anything, and I didn't have any interest. I didn't have any motivation, so I failed the class. And then I went to a teacher the next year that was really passionate about it and cared and sat down and taught us, and was not just, hey, do this section of the book, but rather, let's do this section. Let's do the problems together. Ask questions. There's no bad question. I'll teach you. We'll do it up on the board together. I got an A in that class. I think that kind of just shows how important teachers actually are to teaching. Forgot the name of that shitty teacher, though. He's an asshole. Toxic. Causes health damage. What could we do for like hallucinogenic gases? We could do something cool where we enable a data layer that shows like platforms or resources that aren't actually there. And when the player collides with them, we like hide them or something, or they shimmer out of existence. Or maybe, they have like a slight overlay material that you can tell if you look, if you actually like look, that, okay, that one's fake. I'm hallucinating that one. And you can then see, you can have a slight difference of which ones are real and which ones not. I think that'd be pretty easy to do. Overlay material to make slightly visible, or overlay material to differentiate between real and fake. That's doable. That's pretty easy to do as well. We could just do smoke as well, like smoke or fog. I don't mind if those two things do the same thing. Different ways of doing that. In Australia, we have year 10. If you want to go to university, you complete year 11 and 12. I wouldn't know. I didn't go to college either. A math teacher that deadass tried to tell me that I failed her quiz because I didn't believe in God. Failed her test because I marked all C's. Okay, so you'll like this bomb shot. I had I failed out of my chemistry class in high school because the teacher... first off, I rebelled against the teacher because she was an asshole. But it was only because she would give me F's on my papers, on my note-taking. She graded note-taking, and if it wasn't in the way that she wanted you to take notes, she wouldn't give you an A on them. So what I was doing, I was taking I was using a note-taking method from my US history teacher, who I really liked his way, and his way just worked for me. So I used his method of note-taking in chemistry class so that I could learn better. And that's what she failed me on. Yeah, she was a bitch. Like, and I was super interested in chemistry too, but it's just like, that moment was like a light switch for me, and I just rebelled against her. My mom also yelled at her too for that. Fucking dude, mom, you could go out and you could murder children, and a good mom is gonna be there to defend you, even when you don't deserve it. And there were a lot of times I did not deserve to be defended, but she still did it. That time I did deserve it though. Good teacher's such an important thing. On the other hand, they are almost always underpaid and overworked. I agree with that. Yeah. You know, when you're a kid, you don't understand any of that shit. And I don't think even until you're like mid-20s or later do you really start to understand that. And it takes empathy too. It takes just like empathy to be able to figure out, if I were in their shoes with this much work and with kids that acted the way that I did, would I be any different? Probably not. Probably not. Imagine dealing with... I can imagine dealing with me. Yeah, I yell at me too. Should I put lava in surface materials? No, it's more like just a hazard. Like a direct hazard. Lava. Insta death. Falling is not. No damage from falling. Exosuit reactive foam protects. You don't take falling damage, you just fall lower. Like, the punishment of loss in time is already punishment enough, and I don't see any reason to put the player in double jeopardy with that. God, I used this new like face cream today and it smells so fucking bad. I hate it. My face smells horrible right now, I don't know why. My wife likes the smell though, but I don't like it. I called into school because your daughter wasn't using the correct method of working out. Working out? She couldn't get the way the teacher was showing them, so I taught her the way I was taught, and she was like, wow, that makes so much more sense. What do you mean working out? Like in gym? Yeah, no, I agree with you, Bomb Shot. Yeah, we shouldn't be saying that. Yeah, I agree with that. Oh, math. Okay. Yeah, it's I don't know, it's weird. I kind of get why they want like kids to do it a certain way. I had this really cool, so let me show you what the one math teacher that I love, and I still remember his name, Mr. Purdy, was a fucking legend. And he was the one who taught me after that stupid fucking teacher failed me because he wouldn't actually teach any of us, and a lot of people fell out of his class. This was the way that he taught. So he said, take your notebook paper, and you're going to slice it in 4. So take your pen or pencil, and do this. Each of these sections is for a different problem. So we understand that, right? Here's your space. Use it. Number 2. Let's see if we can find a math book page here. So you notice how there's different problems on here. There's like 29, 30, 33, 34, whatever. He would specifically pick out maybe only 15 of these problems in each chapter to do. Not all of them. You did not have to do all of them. It was just, you're going to do numbers 2 3, 7, 8, 10, whatever. And he would just pick out some of these. When you did these at home and you brought them back, if you had one missing, he would not grade right away. Instead, he would say, okay, did anybody have questions or issues with last night's homework? And somebody would say, I had a problem, I didn't understand how to do number 8. And he'd be like, okay, we're gonna do number 8 right here on the projector, so you guys can see we're on the blackboard, and you can follow along and you can write it down in your notebook. And then he would grade after everybody had asked questions. So you really theoretically would have to be completely complacent to get anything other than an A in his class. But by that, he would also just say, you're not being punished for not knowing how to do something. You're being punished for not even trying to follow along in class when I'm showing you how to do it. And I think that was much fairer than any other way that I've been taught by a lot of teachers. Like, you could actually theoretically not do much of your homework and just say, yeah, I had a problem with numbers 2 and 3. And you'd be like, okay, let's do 2 and 3. And then you would just say, okay, I see how we do it now. Let's write it down. Turn it in at the end. He grades it. That was a really nice way of doing it. Really nice way. Solar radiation, solar flares. These are good environmental, partial environmental, lava, from mining. It would be pretty hot core. I can imagine like these caverns, with like lava, where some automated mining lasers or turrets or something are grabbing things from the wall. Oops. And maybe you have to cut through one of these sections or something to get to the next area because there's some like rubble from the rock blast and the structural failures. So I think that we can find a way to break up the monotony of climbing through broken structure, tying it into our lore. Yeah, take care, Bumshot. Thanks for chatting. It was nice meeting you. Have a good sleep. There you go. That's your gift. Teachers that sit there and do the math homework in class to make sure everyone understands what they needed to learn from the homework. And do you just find that people learn like so much better from that? Like a teacher actually teaching compared to the math class that I did fail in, which was, okay, your homework is to do chapter 13. And then he would just sit there at his desk doing like, I don't know, basketball bullshit because he was a basketball coach too. Like, he wouldn't actually teach anything. He would just come in the next day and be like, okay, hand in your homework for chapter 13. Do chapter 14 now. What an idiot. For most schools, I would have learned almost all of it on my own anyway without school. It's pretty rare. I don't think a lot of kids want to learn. I think a lot of kids do actually want... Okay, let me rephrase that. A lot of kids want to learn and like learning. Every kid when I was young was watching, Shark Week on Discovery Channel, or watching, the History Channel back when it was actually good, or Animal Planet, and learning things. But it was things that they wanted to learn in educational ways and entertaining ways. And I think that a lot of teachers just didn't make their classes entertaining in that way. And I think that there are ways that you can make every class entertaining or engaging, maybe is a better word. I mean, naturally, I think that some people just won't grasp numbers or words as well as others, and others are better at it or more interested in it. It is what it is. What do we have for platforms? We have, like default platforms, right? Which is just unmoving, different mesh, whatever. We all understand just a default thing. We have the timed platforms. We have moving. We have spinning. And we have bouncy. And we already have these documented and implemented in games, so we already have these working. And they are all good. You say mining, it means actual destruction of meshes? It means we don't know what we want to do with mining. We don't even know if we want it. It would be cool if we could implement it. I just don't think that it fits this genre very much. It would make sense, right? You're on a mining platform. You're supposed to be a miner. You know, the accident happens way down at the bottom while you're pushing into the mantle further to build a new level of the structure. It's just, when you see people playing like Only Up or getting over it, are any of them really saying, oh, I wish there was other type of gameplay for me to do here? I wish there were resources to collect so that I could do X, Y, or Z. So scavenging, we're kind of going to do. You do? Well, I think we're in the minority with this one, Ice Creek. You don't have the heavy equipment? Yeah, I agree with that. My thinking here is, sorry, my brain's a little fuzzy today. We have the default game mode, right? Whereas you climb. You don't have to do anything else. Just fucking climb, get to the top. That's the core experience. I want to have an optional gameplay mode where you can restore the systems and, you know, like let's say there's a cryogenic spill in the, I don't know, in like the foundry, let's say, or there's like a, whatever. Imagine an issue in one of the habitats that was caused because of the tremor and some things broke and leaked and killed the people in there. You can fix that. You can repair it by doing a little bit of like, you know, like puzzle solving, extra scavenging or platforming to hit a button or something and fix that problem. And if you do that in each of the levels, you can repair the facility or stabilize it enough that you unlock like a different ending. And I think that that's really cool. It doesn't have to be required. It's just an extra game mode, but it's there for people that want to do that or are on their second playthrough or doing a specific speedrunning category where you fix all the platforms as fast as possible. And in there, we could do like some resource scavenging, those puzzles, extra optional platforming that's a bit more difficult. I like that, but I don't know if I want it to be the default experience. Crafting, what would we craft though? I think my aim is like, I want 80% of the game to be about platforming. 80% of your gameplay. It's a space game? No. But kind of. No, it doesn't take place in space. It takes place on a planet. I don't know if mining fits for the upstyle game. Yeah, that's what we've kind of come to as well. Crampons and rope. Well, it's not like climbing in that way. It's more platforming as opposed to jumping, platforming, mantling, you know, those kinds of things, right? I was talking about space a little bit earlier because we were trying to figure out some of the real world characteristics of LHS 3844B. I gotta remember that. So it takes place on a real planet. We were thinking that you could craft like the hydrogen canisters or radiation ablative. Somebody said, I don't remember who, somebody said being able to build like a hydrogen restoration center, maybe nearby like the checkpoints. Maybe we should put that somewhere. We'll find a better name for these places. But being able to like build these with the optional things that you can find, therefore, if you are a bit more casual of a player, you can scavenge and build these things at the checkpoints in order to have them available to you if you fall there, or if you have trouble getting through a section, or you just need to restore. But if the game should be completable without ever having to do that, but it would be a lot more difficult, right? So it's futuristic, yeah, it's sci-fi. Sci-fi, but grounded in feasible science. So everything related to like the lore is very feasible. Real planet. You know, the star is exactly what you would find on that system. The rare earth elements on the planet itself, the lack of atmosphere, the solar radiation. Grounded science fiction, let's say. Upgraded clothing, stuff to survive better. I'm unsure how to feel about upgrades. I don't know if that is if that kind of progression is necessary. But I could include it just with a question mark so that we have it written down. Probably just a resource from boxes and shit like gear. You spend gears to fix or upgrade shit. Yeah, a generic resource could work. I don't know how else you would be able to like craft these. A generic resource could work here. Easier to think about mentally too. Granted, we do have like these. We do have like 3. We have 2. Got the tungsten and silicate mining area and the rare earth element mining gallery. I mean, we can fix a lot of this by just not making the player a miner, and then we kind of don't have to deal with that dissonance anymore. We just say that you were, I don't know, like a structural engineer. And that the miners ignored your warning about drilling into an area, and it caused the rock blast. New game idea, not really a Ascari. Not really, but kind of. It's just a real idea for the platformer. We finally got to the point where we can just sit down and design the platforming game. I do appreciate all the ideas, though. I'm just not sold on mining. What if you're the safety supervisor? That'd be pretty cool. That could work. it doesn't really matter what you are, but definitely being a miner kind of says, okay, so then in the game we can mine, right? Well, because of you and you're trying to hide all the stuff you did wrong as side quest. That would be pretty funny. That would be a really funny, like, optional, like, expansion game mode we release for, like, free or something, where it's now instead of repairing the platform, you're just hiding all the tracks of all your mistakes. We can do it really, like, whatever we do, we can do really easily with data layers. Really, really easy to do stuff with that. As long as we have the core structure, then we can just, okay, load in these data layers instead of the default ones. Let's say you are the safety supervisor. Overseeing the expansion of the structure deeper towards the mantle where the rare surface metals can find. Yeah. Now, if we can find a cool use for mining, I'd still like to include it. I just don't think that it fits with this, or at least not with the default mode. But, you know, if there's enough support and desire for something like that, we just, like I say, we just data layers, make a new game mode. Here it is. Kind of the way that Hot Lava did it from Clay Entertainment. If you guys are familiar with the product. They had a lot of cool different game modes for this game. Like, hey, do it backwards, you know, do it with fewer platforms, shit like that. Worked really well. Whip out a ruined pickaxe in space. you're on a planet, but it would be funny. Especially as like an Easter egg. We could even go super old school with the reference, and we could just have like a rune pickaxe head on the ground. Because that would be back when you used to be able to mine in RuneScape, and your head of your pickaxe could fly off, and if you were AFK, it would just despawn, or somebody would pick it up, and you would just come back after like going to the bathroom, and you would find that you're just holding a stick, and you lost your rune pickaxe. I remember those days. Yeah, I'm happy with this. Platforms, I mean, I'm pretty happy with the platforms we have. If there's any need for like a specific type of platform, we can work on that. I'm not going to fill this out just because we already have documentation on what each of these do, so I just don't see a need to put that here in my text document. This will all be converted over to actual documentation once I feel happy with it. I do want a section on game modes. And then another section on game/difficulty options. Two separate things. For sure we want like a hardcore mode, right? Like hardcore one life. Save deletes. We should probably say what the default is too. Default off. Let me go to the bathroom quickly. I'll be right back. I was trying to remove that face cream. Wasted money on it. Like, what am I gonna do with it now? God, I hate that. My old face cream I would use, because I wash my face and I shave and then it gets really dry, so I have to use a face cream after I shave. My old face cream cost like 20 zloty, so like $5. They've increased the price down to like almost double. And so I'm like, okay, that's really fucking expensive. Is there anything cheaper that I can try? And I found one for like $1.50. I'm like, okay. And it started out fine. I used it this morning. I'm like, okay, this is working great. This could be a good replacement. Way cheaper. Like nearly 6 times as cheap. But it smells horrible. I don't know, my face smells like a dead person. I don't know what they put in there, but it just does not smell good. So now I have this face cream that I can't use because it smells horrible. And I can't really return it. What am I supposed to do with that? Hardcore, default off, 1 life save, deletes. What were some other ones we talked about? Checkpoints. Checkpoints. Default. Well, we can always change the default later, but I'm going to default this to on. Oh, yeah, that was one thing. Oh, okay, yeah. The original premise of the checkpoints was, because this was back when Into the Chasm was a fantasy platformer. Whereas for you to fish up these, like, crystal fish, so there's going to be, like, a fishing minigame, something relaxing, and you could use those crystals to teleport between the platforms that you have unlocked. So, we could have, like, a resource that you collect or can find that would allow you to teleport between your unlocked platforms. So if you do fall and you have checkpoints on, you can get back up to where you were. Maybe we should then, I think we should default checkpoints to off then for that. But we can make like higher checkpoints cost more, so you know, you have to look around a bit. First face cream smells horrible. Shut the fuck up, Muka. Hey Simon, what are you working on? We are working on designing our platformer game. Costs resource. We could make up like a fake resource too if we want. You know, we can. Shut up. I'm not gonna think about the low level. We don't need to think about the low level details yet. Just dropped by to tell you that real 2D game developers only drink Sprite. That's pretty good. I like that. This is a 2D? No, this is 3D game. He was making a joke because you know sprites are 2D. So a 2D game developer drinks Sprite. And Simon can go drink hydrochloride. I know we talked about puzzles. But I don't know if that should be a specific game mode. It would be really cool if we had a in-game timer for speedrunning. Well, I think we'll need an in-game timer either way, and I think that should just be default always there. You know what would be a cool game mode is if the dark side, the mining facility, is on the dark side of the planet instead of the light side. Perpetually dark, no need to worry about ablative. But more difficult to navigate with limited light. I think that one sounds fun. I don't know if we need a specific number of game modes, but if we can think of something fun like that, that's super easy to do as well, then why not? I mean, that doesn't even require a different like map necessarily. It just would require us to change UDS settings and maybe just add in some lights or enable like a different data layer for the lighting. Very easy. 3D game devs drink Modelo. Stop. I'm a 1D game dev, okay? My game is just about 1 pixel. What we'll do, you know, I'm not gonna worry about like the ordering of these sections yet. We need to know what this game is about. Optional objectives. Repair broken systems / facilities. I don't know if repair is the right word to use necessarily here. No, it works. Fine. In each level there may be systems or facilities that are broken. They can be repaired, fixed through optional platforming, puzzles, percussive maintenance? What is percussive maintenance? You mean just smashing it with a hammer? I like the animations in Outer Worlds too, where, you know, you have like a jammed door or something, and if your engineering skill was high enough, you would like go up to the door and you would like knock on it in different areas, and then you'd find the right area and you would take this tiny little like rubber hammer and just bonk, and door opens. You have to have your tongue held in the right direction. They weren't called neurologs, were they? They were neuro tags. And this is closer to like dog tags. Find all for collections / achievements. And maybe we can tie like a different ending to that too, right? So there's a simple escape ending. Player just gets to finish a facility in ruins, escape on ship, repaired systems facilities, these can just be like ending cards or something that, you know, it would cost us money to do more stuff, and I don't know how much we'll have. Not impossible we could go to a publisher with this, but future. Once the gameplay's fun. Facility can be restarted after some time. Show it in final condition. Memorial wall. Found all neuro tags. And then we would have one, of course, for repaired systems / facilities. And found all neuro tags. Ooh. Don't press that button. Found all neural tags. This assumes that we didn't repair the systems and facilities, of course, so facility in ruins, escape on ship, memorial built on some other planet. Maybe no memorial wall with this one, but rather the memorial wall is on that one. The multiple endings aren't meant to be significant, just here's some flavor reward for doing that. And maybe we could always do some, like, I don't know, optional suit colors or something, or a cape. Would be pretty fun to show on the player. So for people who are really into it and, you know, maybe are speedrunning, they can show off that they got these. I don't know. But we wouldn't be like selling cosmetics, they would just be in-game cosmetics for completing these things. Maybe even for like the different game modes too. Like a skill cape in RuneScape. Could be done. Skill capes would be kind of funny though, especially if we have like an Easter egg one. God, piece of achievement. What would be the funniest cape to have from RuneScape if we wanted to do an Easter egg for that? Probably honestly the mining one. Having the mining skill cape in the game somehow would be pretty funny. What resource would we have for the checkpoints? And would you find them or would you craft them? I think adding crafting to this game would be not the right move. It would slow down the pacing too much. I'd rather keep it more arcadey. Just like walk over it and pick it up or something, or get close to it, press E. Although I think like a magnetic pickup would be the most optimal for this kind of game. As long as you get in a small radius, you just collect it. Well, I don't mean like a collectathon of... here's a good example. Like Dragon's Dogma 2 with those stupid fucking coins that they're like, I don't know, 250 of them. I agree. Some reward for the optional objectives would be nice. Not necessary, but nice. Names can come later. Warp charge used to warp between build/unlocked checkpoints. I mean, if you have to repair stuff, it does lend some credibility to mining. Just depends if we want to go generic with the repairing or if we want to make each broken thing have some unique solution to it, which would be the more ideal way to do things. I agree. I agree with you, Ice Cream. I agree with you. Too much collecting doesn't fit the game. I agree with you. Magic Doodad and mine scavenging. One item that adds difficulty to fixing. You don't want it to be a floating object that you absorb as you walk past. Yeah, but the other option is to go more slower paced, immersive sim kind of thing where you, I don't know, pick it up or drag it over. And I don't think that that fits this genre. Like, not that it can't be cool, that you could make a cool game with a similar premise, but it would be a different genre of game at that point. I think having infinite butthole, you know, magic butthole of resources is fine for this. It comes down to pacing. And if you're like spending a lot of time mining resources to go and repair shit, I feel like that takes away from the platforming. And now it's a game with, I don't know, like 40% platforming and 60% fixing. I agree it could. But we're already doing a blend of genres. Resources are easy to get but weigh you down. It seems more annoying though. I mean, it makes sense, it's just, it kind of just sounds annoying. It could kind of work, but it would have to be the whole mechanic of the game. Like, that would be its unique selling point. I don't know how that would feel either. It's like baby steps, right? Like that new game Baby Steps. Where it's like, okay, you're kind of wonky and you control each foot indirectly, but that is the entire game. How you doing? Hi, howdy. I want to fit in mining so bad into this, but everything that I can think of, I'd rather just, okay, you need to fix, I don't know, you need to fix broken cryopods or something that are leaking. The cryogenic shit is leaking. I'd rather just have a really difficult jumping section over pools of dangerous cryo liquid to press a button to seal or something, or to enable emergency sealant. I know it sounds kind of lame, but at the same time, we're using platforming as the solution here, and not go stand against a wall and press E or play dumb minigame in order to collect carbon and go fuck yourselfium to then plug up the holes. Maybe there's a middle ground between these two things, right? Maybe you have to platform to each of the leaks and plug them up with something. Like, okay, I mean, that's a good middle ground that could work, but I don't want Collectathon to fix things. For sure, I'm on Ice Creek side with that. Okay, we're working on our platforming game. We're just designing it on the high level. And we're struggling, you know, you're on like a mining platform in space, or well, on a different planet. And we really want to fit in mining, but it doesn't work with the genre of game. We're struggling with that. I think platforming should be at the core of every single solution to these optional objectives. Let's put it that way. Maybe that's the best way that I can say it. Platforming should always be at the core of these. Fuck the shit out of game. You think it's gonna be fun? Well, I don't think it's gonna be fun. That's what I'm saying. I'm playing it in my head, and it doesn't sound that fun. I need some images. It's easier to work with images. These all suck. I upgraded to this because the price, these were on sale, and the price was very similar per liter to my generic stuff, but they will not be on sale for long. Let's say you have this, right? And these are like cryo tubes that have broken on the ground here. And there's cryogenic liquid that will damage you if you fall into it. So you have to jump across things in order to get to, I don't know, the leaky pipe areas back here. I don't mind if you have to carry something or throw something from platform to platform to get over here and seal it, or you just need to get close enough to it and use your magic, you know, doodad to repair it. Because then we can almost consider that these rooms are, let's say, more hardcore and unique platforming side areas, bonus areas. As opposed to, did you collect 2 go fuck yourselfium and 2 lick my ballsium from level 4 and bring them here in order to plug up the holes, right? Would that make more sense thematically? Yes. Would it be more enjoyable to realize that you don't have the items that you need and you need to warp back down? Maybe for some people. But the premise is to escape, is to go up. Not to warp between different points, if you even have those checkpoints unlocked, or if you're playing with that in order to then have to come back here again and plug up the holes. It's more like a fetch quest at that point. Oh, I didn't have the right item. Let me go find the right item and then bring it back here and repair the thing just to get a different ending. Nah. I'd rather that this just remain about platforming. And we use level design to drive each of these. You up game dev again for just sucking at learning before? You're having much more fun this time around? I'm glad to hear it. What are you working on? %80 platforming. That really should be our goal. 80% platforming. But you can just push that up to 100% and force your way right up to the end game. You know, that's gonna be like the speedrunning method, right? Is to ignore all the other bullshit. At least 80%. Let's say 80 to to 90% platforming. And then we'll do 10 to 20% focused around like fixing and collecting. But that's going to depend on the player. Hey Sam Winer, how you doing? Single player RPG that takes a lot of inspiration from OSRS, but it's just a hobby project to learn and nothing more. It's a good game to learn from. OSRS does a lot of things right. And I think sometimes people don't give it the chance that it deserves because of its art style. But it really is just a super solid RPG with a lot of really cool content. I'm a little sad that I stopped playing, but at the same time, I'm kind of glad that I stopped playing because, man, does it take a lot of time to do stuff in that game. And there's always another grind. You almost run out of things? Finish your collection log. Oh, I gotta turn off that MooBot alert. Technically, you guys can still get that bundle of games, though. Give me one sec. Yeah, we're good. Okay. You have a hot take about OSRs? Go for it. 10,000 years of clogging. I think I collected like 3 or 4 third age pieces once I quit. I had a pretty nice clog. Focuses. Platforming is our pillar. Platforming is our focus. I don't mind that there are things to collect, but they really should just be for people who want more lore. I think it has good game design, not because Jagex is good game designers, but rather due to dumb luck and community feedback. I think there's a little bit of both. I don't think that players always know what they want, and I don't think that designers always know what players want. It is a marriage, right? But I think that dichotomy, while always full of strife and conflict, is exactly what has made OSRS good. And if you just gave authority to one side or the other, it would not be the same game, and I don't think it would be as good of a game. That being said, sailing, I don't know. I'm glad that they focus so much on the activities to train sailing. The problem is that for me, they just didn't focus on why are we sailing? Where do we go? Oh, can we go to, I don't know, do Dungeoneering? Oh no, we can't. No. No. There's a little island here with some resources that you can find anywhere else in the world. If you want to do that, there's an island here with some quests on it that you're gonna forget, and then you'll never come back once you finish those quests. Best XP per hour is going in circles on a boat. Oh, wonderful. Mechanics. Did I put checkpoints somewhere else? I kind of did. So we can take there are these three mechanics, right? With the restoring your health, restoring ablative, or charging your hydrogen. I don't know how to feel about these. My initial plan was to just scatter around LB4 cartridges and hydrogen canisters. Having stations that replace the pickups. Okay, benefit of pickups. Benefit of pickups is that they are either instant or usable on the go. That's a big benefit to the gameplay loop and to the pacing. Downside is that they are things that the player would have to find. Though this is less a downside, more of a... there are pros and cons to it. But one of the positives is being able to use them on the go. That is a pure positive. On the flip side with the stations, positive is that they are in set learnable locations. And they can almost be part of runs. They can be next to checkpoints. We can do both of these, by the way, but first let's compare them. Downside is that they are likely going to be... they are in a set location. Though this is again one of those mixed things where if we have a section of platforms where you're taking that ablative damage, you do not have the option to switch out the cartridge. And so you have to find an optimal path that doesn't use too much sunlight or go faster. That's kind of cool. Hey Monte. Currently a JavaScript freelancer getting work in React, but I'd like to learn C# or C++. Should I go to work in either of these or stick to JavaScript? C# and C++ are going to have a lot more versatility, and your job opportunities are going to be a lot larger. I would learn one of those two. Not that JavaScript can't be used, but there aren't very many studios that are working in that. And you might find more benefits. C#, for instance, has support in Unreal Engine, Unity, of course, and I think Godot also has support for C#. Someone correct me if I'm wrong on that one. C++ is, of course, used in pretty much every single proprietary engine and is also the back end of Unreal Engine. So, not hard to find freelance work in C#. I wouldn't say so. C# is also used heavily in mechatronics and robotics. It's another benefit. I mean, I think just learning C as a whole is going to be very, very useful. Like I said, more versatile and more, it's going to open up more opportunities compared to JavaScript. Godot has C# support, but their main support is their own GD script. Thank you. Criminal. We could do both. So we could say you have checkpoints or you have locations where you have these machines and you can also restore them on the go. I don't mind that either. I'll say this though. Usage is instant for these. I think the good news is that if we want to enable the player to like build these in set locations, right? So you see like an outline of a health restoration station, and you know you approach it and it shows, you know, 2 components to build. Press E to build or something. Versus it just existing there in the first place. These are both, you know, like 1 day of work, not even to implement this. And really it can just be tested out and say, okay, let's do a little bit of A/B testing here. Let's have a set of players play where they have to build these stations and collect those resources, and another set of players where they don't. And we'll see how the pacing is and how it, you know, might reinforce exploration, or if players even like that. Worst case, we can always just make it an option. So, you know, down here we can say in like game difficulty options, these stations are not built by default, and you would have to build them manually by searching and looking for this resource. And again, that's like super easy to implement because we can just say, okay, do you have this enabled where you have to scavenge? Okay, enable this data layer, disable this one. Easy game. And then vice versa, it's just, you know, we switch the data layers that are available for that. Super easy to do. I'll throw it in. No checkpoints or resource restoration stations are built by default. All must be built manually. But of course you don't have to build any of them, right? Also forces resource. I'm gonna put down like brackets here, knowing that I have to come by and put a resource in. Also force resource to spawn around station which is used to build. We can just make it like a generic components or something, right? Like station components. I don't really see a need to break that up into multiple components like health station components and checkpoint components. That'd be kind of annoying. Hey, Paxian. we'll build like the core of it up first, and I think that there are some people who would appreciate a slower paced platforming game that does mix those genres. But rather than making two separate games or forcing the game to be one or the other, we can just make a game mode that forces that, right? So, okay, you have to explore around a bit, you have to find, you know, crafting materials. Maybe you do have to go back to previous areas and mine materials. You know, this is like a slower paced, more immersive game mode that completely changes the way that the game plays. I just make it a different game mode. Like, that's easy for us. Zip ties, duct tape, super glue, foil, click wrap, and wires. Yeah, the MacGyver game mode, huh? Remember those dirt bike platforming games? AC Spawn, yeah, like oh god, what was the name of them? I do remember it though. You mean the like the 2D ones, right? Paperclip and 9-volt. Yeah, what was the name of those? They were super popular back in the day. Remember I watched a lot of Achievement Hunter playing them. Space Kyver. Like, if a game mode needs to force some of these options on, we can absolutely do it. Or force them off, you know. We force them. I like the idea of a... I just call it like handyman for the sake of it. Our game mode's only downside is extra time and complexity. Can't go wrong with more options, other than what I said, right? Yeah, I agree. But it's something that we can explore separately too, right? Like, we can just make the default game mode and say, okay, here's our roadmap for the next 6 months. Or let's say, you know, we release an early access, which would be cool. Then here's the roadmap to release. Let's just test the core gameplay first. Do people like the setting? Do people like the lore? Do people like the platforming? Fix up those issues first and then say, okay, next big update is going to include the dark side game mode. I think that would be a really good way to do it. Trials, yes, that was it. I miss those games. I liked watching them, but I would never really play those games. They were fun to watch. Handyman. Scavenge. Salvage. Repair your way to success. Or to freedom, maybe. Mine and find materials to repair facilities. Fix doors. Platforms. Build stations. To progress further. Honey, I blew up the asteroid. I don't even think that the primary audience of a game like this would be old enough to know of Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. That's the sad part. Didn't realize there were Ubisoft games. I don't even think Ubisoft would realize that they're Ubisoft games. Like, oh my god, we made games that were this good? Whoa. Forces mining nodes to spawn. You can mine / collect. Forces the build your own stations. Difficulty option to be on. I think the player could still enable or disable checkpoints. Especially because we use the generic resource for it. Good start. We don't have to perfectly design that right now. That's a later thing to do. Okay, resources, warp charge. We would then have just like, I don't know. Again, we can think of a different name for this later. Building components. Used to build checkpoints and stations. Was going to make your own Jack and Dexter type platform adventure game. They do seem fun. Skating Calamity. Actually, now that you say it, stuff like Rock Falls could be pretty interesting. Knocking out platforms or something. I think that there should be... I think additional tremors would be cool. Although it's not really like an earthquake that causes the accident, so there wouldn't really be tremors. There could be stuff falling, though. Don't know if they should be scripted or not, though. Oh, I know there was one other option that I wanted to make, which was the... randomized flares. So by default, the flares are set to happen at specific times, most likely. And what this would do is use input seed to determine flare timings and durations. And that could just be fun for some variety, or people could put in specific seeds that might be more violent than others. Do you have any level 1 layout planned yet? Do you mean like just a layout of how the level would look? Or do you mean something else? Eurogamer now allows you to pay them a subscription to avoid cookies. You know what Eurogamer also allows? Is all of my ad blocker and cookie blockers. Not look but play? Oh, do you mean just like a playable prototype of like, I don't know, 20 minutes of platforming? We have nothing yet. We do not have the design, we do not have anything playable. We're doing this first to kind of determine what should be there, and then we can start to design what each of these levels should focus on, like how they should look. You start at the bottom, right? So you start at like level 6 with the deep mantle exotic material drilling, so I think that it could be a lot of natural ledges, maybe some construction platforms, some scaffolding that you're jumping between, and there might be some lava and stuff, you know, because that's where like the geothermal power plant was supposed to be. And then as you move up, you start to get into more of the built structure that was there, so like the research and development, you know, level 3 with smelting, refining, forging, oxygen generation. Yeah. You start low on the facility, and you work your way up. More and more I'm running into websites that don't let me deny cookies. Are you guys the same? If you click on something, you get a whole bunch of like pop-ups and bullshit, you just close the website and you never come back to that? Or if it tells you, hey, you need to disable your ad blocker to use this website, you just don't use the website then? It's like, okay, fine, I just won't read your articles. Building and station mechanics, not just platforming. It's... You're platforming. Like, the platforming is the core of the game, but we don't want it to be monotonous, right? We don't want it to be like Only Up, where it's just a bunch of random assets scattered. And we don't want it to be just facility, where it's kind of boring and you're just jumping between metal ledge from metal ledge. But rather have different hazards and focuses of each level and area, and like a, you know, internal biomes of the facility. So the smelting, refining, forgery area might be, you know, might have like busted crucible that's, you know, was leaking, you know, it's leaking like molten metal, or there's pools of molten metal that you need to avoid. You know, stuff like that, right? Or like cryogenic chambers that have been, or cryogenic containers that have been busted, and now there's like ice on the floor or ice on the platforms. Yeah, it's just, you made it past level 6, now you're in level 5, the tungsten and silicate mining gallery, and that's going to look different and play different, maybe introduce a new mechanic. Okay, you've gotten out of that, you're in the R&D and rare earth element mining gallery, that's different too. So yeah, it's just, it should feel different from layer to layer. And maybe each of these takes, I don't know, 30 minutes to an hour to get through or something like that. Yeah, it wouldn't be like deep building, crafting, and stuff like that. It's more of a game that's just focused roughly 80 to 90% on the platforming, with some optional objectives that you can do in between that too. Yeah, it is too early to tell, right? We just need to prototype and feel how the gameplay plays. I don't want to spend, you know, 2 years working in some document only to realize that the gameplay we designed is shit. But we'll spend like a day or two just kind of feeling how it should play, and then we're just going to jump right into engine and start making it. The government organization, they're not using an ad blocker? Oh, you're working for a government organization, they're not using an ad blocker. Oh boy. That's a recipe for success. Yeah, it's a platform game. It's, you know, it's kind of built off of like Only Up and those kinds of games, but Only Up with more story, more atmosphere, more lore, not just random shit thrown in, right? Or that like mini game from Expedition 33, or you know, old like Soldat jump levels from back in the day. If you're old enough to know these, to know fucking Soldat, what a world. This was the game. Yeah, newer kids would say like Roblox. These were from like back in the early 2000s. And there were tons of very specific, or like TF2 had them too, yeah, with rocket jumping. Basically, the genre of game we're making is by no means new or fresh. It's existed for a long, long time, and even in other games. Like, the Soldat is just a free game about shooting people. I mean, it's even on Steam now, I think. Really good game. Came out in 2002. Fast-paced shooter, but because you had a level editor and you had some interesting movement, people, of course, made jump maps. Man, this was a shit back in the day. Part of me thinks that Soldat released too early. And with how competitive and precise the movement was, if it released nowadays, I feel like it would be really popular. Yeah, 2002. It has a really high learning, or not high learning curve, but a high skill ceiling. Really cool game modes. Super awesome map editor. Good stuff. I don't remember if the music was good though. Oh, it had bots too. Like you could just play with bots if you wanted to play solo or practice. It was really cool. OG game. So that's the kind of game that we're making is, well, not Soldat, but, you know, just focus on platforming, but instead of just making it in, you know, some endless climb up to, I don't know, the heavens, which is fine and cool, I'd rather do something a little bit more narrative, with a stronger narrative backbone than just climbing this kind of stuff, right? That's the plan. Lore. I like the endings. I like the 2 game mode ideas, although this one is way easier than the Handyman one. But that's for the future. Checkpoints works and it opens it up to more casual players. We do want to be speedrunner friendly. That's something too. So reliable. No randomization. Unless options turned on. No randomization by default, we should say. No randomization by default. Every game is speedrunner friendly? I think some are more than others. You're thinking of It Takes Two, not Only Up, but same thing. I want to try It Takes Two, but I don't think my wife would not play that with me. She is really bad at platforming. She hates platforming. I'd have to play it with myself. Hero tags. I like the optional objectives. Slash collectibles. We'll throw in the audio logs here. 100% optional. Just adds lore. Play while platforming, easy toggle off, option to never autoplay, can revisit from main menu or something. I don't want there to be any readable lore that just pops up into your face. Would not be proper for this kind of game. What? I think that's enough on the gameplay. Like, it feels pretty good. I like the hazards. I'm happy with that, and I think that we could very easily create pillars in a loop from that info. And then what we need to really do next is just start to design these levels. And like what's going to be in each of them, what's going to be the focus of them, what are the hazards that you find in that area, how does it play? And then from that, we can distill down, okay, let's start with the start of the game, and let's just make that first level. 30, but like roughly 30 minutes to an hour of platforming. Work first on the mechanics of it, you know, gray box it, and then we can start to fill it once it feels fun to play. What kind of theme modes did you have in mind? Like, is there any guaranteed easy ones that work for your setting? I think so, yeah. And I think that's what we're gonna do now. I'll hit up the bathroom and then we can come back and design what each of these levels looks like, going from start to finish. Just roughly, high level. Let me move this up first. Gas. Fractionated metal spills or something. And I want to specify that it is lithium borohydride cartridges. Up in our resources, which is a real ablative, by the way. A real broad spectrum ablative. Where the fuck did my resources go? Oh, here it is. Sure. That looks better. Then I can delete this old stuff from yesterday. Yeah. We've expanded on that today. Yeah, just a rough overview. We don't want to get too bogged down with any low-level details right now, like, you know, balancing and numbers and all this other bullshit. Rather, what's it gonna look like? What's it gonna feel like? And then we can start building it up from there. And And then maybe once we feel happy with that, if we can get done with that today, tomorrow we can make the core gameplay loop, the pillars, and maybe like a one sheet. And then we can jump in engine and start actually building it out. The level design will be a big focus. I have a friend who can do the level design, though right now life is a bit shaky for him, let's say. So I will be doing it until things stabilize for him, but I'm not a good person to do it. So we're going to be learning on the job. It'll be a bit slower and probably a bit less enjoyable than a talented level designer could do, but as long as I can make the first like 30 minutes of the gameplay good, then I can take that to, if we want to go to like a publisher and get some funding for it, we can say, okay, here's the budget. Notice how we need a level designer. That's for this game. So something like that, right? 1 minute, BB.
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
It'd be too hard to just play sponge box. White boxing, gray boxing, whatever the kids call it these days. Yeah, it shouldn't be. And you know, the nice thing is like we have all of the movement platforming in the game. So I agree. I mean, I don't know how long it'll take, but I doubt it'll take more than a couple weeks to just build something to start with. But I agree with you, like, level design is the name of this game. 100%. And if we don't have good level design, we do not have a good game. Simple as that. The rest of it is flavor. You know, the atmosphere, the lighting, that's great. But if we do not have the level design on point, it's just not going to be, it's not going to be good. That's BS, you think so? I don't want to put it here. I want to duplicate this list. Oh shit. Three kilometers though is a lot to climb up. I don't know how high our level was in into the chasm by default? I can check. I think it was only 1 kilometer. You know, we can of course make like some elevators, right? Or some other ways to get the player to go up quite a large amount of distance in a short amount of time, depending on where we want to move the player to. BS is me paying to call you a bad name and you being on a coffee break. I had to go to the bathroom. Yeah, bounce pad. What is the theme? What do you mean? Let me double check. I think it was only a 1 kilometer that I made the initial fantasy. Sci-fi. Sci-fi. Sci-fi, but more grounded sci-fi. More like Star Citizen or Starfield. A rocket you ride like a horse that you can fall off? Technically, I guess we could. QB 1000. Oh fuck, dude, that's 1 kilometer. Like that's a lot. And at a certain point, the lighting and shadow draw distance is going to be important. We can always gamify it, right? We can always find ways to we're gonna have to find ways to work around it, or have some larger elevators or something. That's not the end of the world, though. It's not the end of the world. But we'll have to get creative about it. Because that is no small distance, I can tell you that. Damn, I mean, even 1 kilometer I think looks really nice, just to like be able to look up and see, like this is where I have to go, is all the way up there. Like shit. Sorry, that was probably pretty loud. Wake up, chat. Yeah, that's gonna be tough. That's gonna be tough. Let's not worry about the like kilometers right now. Let's not fuck around with the meters. What matters more is just what we're gonna put in there. The numbers we can gamify, we can, work around it. Let's not worry about that right now. We'll start with like the deep mantle exotic material drilling. I don't know if you would find lava specifically at only 3 kilometers deep on the surface. If it's Minecraft, you can. How deep is lava? 1 to 10 kilometers down. Oh. Magma chambers. Okay, I guess you could. And maybe like a laser mining system or something would create, you know, some lava pools. Yeah, I guess there could be. Subduction zone. Rising diapers. Like diapiers. I don't know what the fuck a diapier is. It looks like they just made some of this up. Yeah, these are the rising diapers. And, you know, this is like the moho discontinuity. Trust us, that's exactly what they're called. Commonly between 1 kilometer and 10 kilometers down. But that's on Earth, of course. So it should be very, very possible for there to be magma chambers on some other planets, maybe. At, you know, like 3 kilometers. So we can do like visuals or like caverns, rubble, magma chambers, exposed ore veins. This can be your classic, you know, lava cavern platforming section. Maybe like broken scaffolding. Because of course this is after a rock burst has occurred, so the, you know, everything is kind of in disarray and broken down. But you're at the very bottom where they haven't started to pour cement and build out the structure yet, so this is very much like a just cavernous. Angel Piecer, how's it going? Hazards, I would say heat haze and smoke, molten metal and rock, lava. Platforms. Oh, recently, I don't know if we have any like home brewers in chat, but I have recently bought a fermentation container and yeast, and I'm going to be trying to make cider for the first time. I'm new to it. I want to work up to, you know, some like beer or something, right? But I'm going to start with cider because it's a bit easier. And I should have that starting to ferment over the weekend if everything arrives in time. And I'm pretty excited. I'm a little scared, you know, I'm a little worried that I'm going to fuck it up, but worst case, I ruin the batch and I have to throw it out, right? Not the end of the world. I'm excited. Cauldron Chronicles IRL. It kind of is, yeah. I want to make a like sweeter cider. So I have some plans to mix in some honey and use a special type of yeast, which should make it a bit higher alcohol percentage, but also keep some of the sweetness. And then I want to mix in some additional juice at the end after fermentation which will slightly dilute it, but should add in some sweetness back to it. And then we add some more sugar, bottle it, let it carbonate for a couple weeks, and it should be good to go. But I'm excited. It's really easy from what I've, well, hopefully from what I've seen. Platforms. I think we can do some like broken scaffolding. We can do some what am I thinking? Floating rocks in magma, and those can be timed platforms, which can be pretty cool. Just design planning, yes, pretty much, yeah. Just high level design. What we could do, what each of these things should look like. I don't know if we'll jump into development this week. Like, you know, starting to build this first level. We do need to finish Kingdom Come Deliverance too. Dude, we're almost 1 week away from the Goaty stream, and I haven't finished it yet. Oh. What do I need to do tomorrow? For sure, one sheet, core pillars, gameplay loop tomorrow. That I don't think will take more than a couple hours maximum. So we could play some tomorrow. Maybe just do like full KCD2. Tentative. Do that all the time. People would be surprised how much more time goes into other parts of building or even developing a project versus how much time is spent coding. I think that, I don't know, I'm a game designer, so I always think that people underestimate game design. Or think that they can do it because they have good ideas. I don't know. It's always upsetting. I wish it was just about having good ideas. I don't think KCD2 lacks soul or anything. And it's not that I can't complete it, it's just that it is a longer game. And I started playing it before we were pitching Cauldron Chronicles, right? It was like back in March or something. February. And I thought that this would be enough time to complete it, but it wasn't. And then we had to like just go hardcore into finishing the game in time for Digital Dragons. And then I just didn't get back to it because Expedition 33 came out, then Death Stranding 2 came out. You know, it was just... Then September and October were just games. It's just a long game, but it is really fucking good. And it is 100% a GOTY contender. And I'm a murder hobo, this is true. And I like doing side quests, and the game has a lot of side content. But I do think it will be one of my GOTY contenders. And I don't know if I'll choose it or Death Stranding 2, personally. Floating rocks in magma. We'll put time to complete, difficulty, visuals, hazards, platforms. I also want to include the... You know, if we have these optional objectives for restoring systems and facilities, we should have at least one per area. Ever understood the murder hobo? It just means that like you don't have anywhere to sleep. You just kind of travel around and you just kill everyone. Which is exactly how I play Kingdom Come. It's like, oh, it's getting nighttime. I need a bed. I'll just go kill that farmer and steal his house. I mean, if we have like the geothermal power, we should have like a way to restore the geothermal power plant down here. We just have to like, you know, what happened that needs to be fixed? How do we fix it? What would like a lava geothermal plant look like? I guess it would heat up water, right? And make steam. But if there's no water on this planet, well, I guess you could make water by... Really hot, they could heat up gas or liquid salts work well because they don't expand. Liquid salt. Gases. Yeah, I guess you need to turn a turbine. Or, you know, or we can just say this is sci-fi and this has some other way of doing it, right? I don't know if we need to explain it, but it would be nice if we had it, you know, making relative sense within the universe or with, you know, within this planet. It does need the psi part. You're right, Nixie. But it also has the phi part. Star Trek techno babble. I'm trying to think of why wouldn't it be possible to vaporize a like a metal. Like it would just vaporize something. I mean, it just needs to be vapor, right? It just needs to just needs to be heated up enough to create a gas that can be pressurized. Like, what about like mercury? Something with like a really low boiling point. Lava fresh out of the ground is somewhere in the 1000 to 1200 degree range. I mean, I guess theoretically there would be a... Would it not? Use a closed loop so the heat and the working fluid gas are not the same. Nuclear. I mean, we could go nuclear. But I want it to be geothermal, something that could pull from the heat of being down so low. And it might be kind of cool if there just weren't many nuclear resources on the planet. I mean, I'm not crazy that if the melting point of metals is lower, therefore the gaseous state of those metals would also be lower, right? Imagine if it was lead. That would actually be pretty funny if we could do like lead or something, because then we could have like hallucinogenic gases that are caused by, you know, like broken, you know, like lead, like gaseous lead clouds. We just get a whiff of that lead. I'm trying to think of a reason why that wouldn't be the case. Like, obviously in Earth it's just not reasonable because we have water and it's super easily available, and we can just, you know, it's not very what's the word I'm looking for? It's not very thermoconductive, so it can kind of radiate that heat pretty easily. So it's easy to boil, easy to get the heat out of, and we can just reuse it. Obviously using like a metal wouldn't be great because, well, not optimal, because then the, you know, it wouldn't radiate the heat as well. There's got to be like an optimal point where if it doesn't hold heat well, then it's not going to boil very easily. But if it holds heat too well, then it's going to be hard to cool down. I've just never thought of turning a metal into a gas, but it should be very theoretically possible, right? Gaseous elemental mercury. Well, if they have lava available, they would need something to... They would either need to synthesize water, which could be... Which probably, realistically, they probably should have to synthesize water anyway for drinking. So maybe they just pump down the... Maybe they just pump down the synthesized water. So maybe instead of just worrying about boiling fucking mercury, which is cool in theory, they just use water, but they pump it down from the like the habitat hydroponics medical gym cafeteria level. It could be the opposite. I don't know. We're growing weed, yeah, it's schedule 1 in this game. I don't think it would make sense to put water refinement at such a low level, though. I'm not saying that it should be here. It's just it would be great to have something else in like level 5. But we could always just like remove level 5 and combine the tungsten and silicate mining with level 6, which would become the new level 5, and that way it wouldn't be like 3 kilometers deep. Because I think 3 kilometers for a game like this is way too deep to go. So maybe what we do is... like that. Five levels? Well, then plus 0 with ground. Just the surface anyway. Change this to 2 kilometers. And we can put it in like level 4 maybe. We can put in... What's the method of creating the water? Like we need water treatment, but also water... Yeah, God, there's a word for it, like combining the hydrogen and oxygen molecules. What's the word for it? Exothermic synthesis reaction. Exothermic, so it creates heat. Oh, 2 days ago they added a new moderator to Twitch called Lead Moderator. I have not seen that. I have not seen that at all. How much memeing do you plan to include in the level design, or is it going to stick to semi-realistic minimal jokes? What do you mean by like memeing? Looks like a hammer instead of a sword. Oh shit. Oh, I haven't seen that. Active combining oxygen hydrogen to make water is very energetic, releases a lot of heat. That's interesting. What is the process? What is this process called, though? And how much heat? The immediate product is hot water vapor. Oh, that would be interesting. So what if at the geothermal level, they are creating the water and pumping it both to the geothermal plant and up to the other stations. So this is actually the level at which the water gets made. Synthesis reaction or combination reaction, and when energy is released as light and light's called combustion. That's when the energy is released. I mean, I guess I could call it water synthesis. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see here. What is the process of using heat to synthesize water from hydrogen and oxygen? Called combustion reaction, oxyhydrogen reaction. Okay, I mean, cool sci-fi flavored names. Aquagenesis. I kind of don't hate that. It's a little bit silly, but I mean, honestly, I just think that the simplest thing to call this location is just water synthesis. I don't know. Do we have to get crazy with it? We can put the water treatment on the level above, though. Keep that separate. Hold on. Yeah, we're synthesis. I don't know. I don't think we have to get too crazy with it. And that will allow us to put like water treatment and cryo storage. This will be like the refrigerator section of the facility. Treat the water, store the food, keep it cold. This is deep enough to be separated from everything else, but also above the geothermal stuff so as not to be too hot. So we go from hot to cold. In which case, the geothermal power is just going to work the way that it normally does. We synthesize the water, we pump the synthesized water into the geothermal power plants, which is traditional closed loop steam, dry steam creation and turning turbines. Why reinvent the wheel when the real wheel works? Did you make wind power by using underground vents? Use wind power by my farts. Whatever. That's the unaired Black Mirror episode, which is energy creation through farts. Wasn't there a Black Mirror episode about like keeping people in locked rooms and using them to like generate power, and they would get rewarded money or something or some points by how much energy they created that day, and they could spend it on like food and leisurely activities. I remember something like that. They had to cycle. I saw that one and like a couple others. It was a pretty cool show, but I don't know, it got a little weird sometimes. It seemed utterly bad shit. There were some really cool episodes, and some cool episodes that you could even turn into games or something, but you know, it was hit or miss, I think, in some cases. Kind of like what's the name of it? Old sci-fi show. Rod Serling. What the fuck? Twilight Zone. It's like Twilight Zone, you know? Twilight Zone had really, really cool episodes, and some that were kind of just out there. That narrows it down. Shut the fuck up. Record with your eyes and can replay it. It was an interesting episode. I think the Black Mirror part of it was just that it was basically just using humans as guinea pigs to generate power and like gamifying the act of it to make people feel less like they were being prisoners used for their physical capabilities. I don't know. Soiling green as people, okay? I don't know. Understand this geothermal power, so that makes sense from a scientific perspective. Because they'll use the lava then to both heat the geothermal power, but also to synthesize the water. Although I don't know how much heat is required for that. It releases heat, but oh, it doesn't require it. It just releases heat. But I said it required heat too. Wait, once the ignition starts, it just keeps going? It's self-sustaining. Oh. Interesting. I mean, I guess they could still put it down at that level just because the more heat, the better for geothermal power, I suppose. And they could pump the heat through the pipes or something. Basically just combine it in with the geothermal power and any excess heat from that too. So from level 6, they would have water and heat separately, going through separate piping systems. Some of the water would go to water treatment directly at level 5. Heat would go to wherever it's needed. Pipes, man. Pipes everywhere. I feel like our game is just gonna be like pipe core. But I kind of like that. There was an old canceled game. Or not really well, long story on that one. Where I wanted to get a lot of like rust and pipes in the mix. You know, yeah, I like lay-in pipe. Okay, so for the going back to what we were actually talking about, which is the facility to repair and restore, we could have to repair maybe like the water synthesis and geothermal power. What would that require? Water synthesis, geothermal power. I mean, obviously there's an easy option of like restoring pipes or something, right? Or repairing pipes. I don't want to overuse that. Maybe the geothermal power plants shut down naturally due to tremors caused by the rock burst, so they just need to be restarted. But the scaffolding is broken to get to them, so of course you have to platform over to them and restart them. Rock burst triggered. Automatic tremor safety measures. So they need to be restarted. However, the scaffolding and walkways broke and fell into the lava. So you need a platform over to each of the plants and manually restart them. This is, of course, optional. Then you have the water synthesis. You just say broken pipes, need to climb up and repair them. Yeah, that'll work. Is there anything else we were missing here? Time, difficulty, visuals, hazard, platforms, optional. I don't think so. Like, location of resources is not important right now. Where the checkpoints, you know, that's all going to be depending on the level design. We have hazards listed. I mean, I would say that the site of water synthesis is probably more indoors than anything. And if we have broken pipes, we might have some mud. You're down near the water and the rock. Maybe that all kind of, maybe some collapsed parts. So yeah, I could see mud being in there too. And I don't think that those are too difficult of hazards to deal with, because like heat, haze, and smoke is just visual. Mud is just kind of annoying. Molten metal and rock is kind of the more dangerous of the two, but the player doesn't have to deal with any solar radiation right now, or hallucinations, toxic gases. It'll be more traditional stuff. Okay. Just copy that and do it for level 5 then. Although right now level 6 is the most important. Level 5 is kind of important. Anything above this is very much more... We're not going to be creating it anytime soon, so there's a lot of time to change it, let's put it that way. We'll keep this pretty easy to medium as well. Let's see. We'll probably have some similar visuals, but it'll start to get more into the facility. So the transition from the caverns, there might still be some caverns, of course, because there is still the tungsten and silicate mining gallery. What type of game is this? Going to be 3D precision platformer with some other elements, but it's primarily focused on the precision platforming in a recently partially destroyed facility. $2D game? No, 3D. Fully 3D with more realistic graphics. You do have a lot of these mining galleries. I mean, maybe the player, this is where the tungsten and silicate mining galleries are, but maybe the player doesn't have to traverse through them too much. Because I don't know if I want 60 to 120 minutes of just straight jumping through caverns and shit. A little bit too much. But it'd be cool if that was like the background, right? If you were going through an area, but you could see like an exposed wall where there's like a cavern through it, and you can kind of see through that, and you could see the lasers firing at the walls. You always enjoyed platformers? Well, you can definitely test out our game once we start making it. Deep storage facilities with high ceilings. Large water treatment plants and tanks. More proper facility feel. As opposed to level 6. Level 6 is caverns. But there'll be some exposed caverns, but those will not be the focus of the platforming itself, but rather be more of like a backdrop flavor thing. So you'll be in like, I don't know, let me find a... You'll be in something like this. Ignore like the space though and imagine it's underground on a planet. But like one of these, you know, walls might be cracked or something, or they might have like just a window here where you see this expansive cavern with mining lasers automatically working, or some of them might be broken from the blast. Visual backdrop, not the central gameplay. I understand that maybe we could have like water treatment and water. I don't know if I want swimming. That's a pain in the ass to make. We could do like a, you know, leaking like cryogas kind of thing, and this would create the icy platforms. Because that would be pretty fun. So this could kind of focus on the deep storage, climbing up these high ceiling, multi-layered things, you know, where normally you would have machines that are putting things up on these high storage shelves and taking things off, moving them to cargo elevators or something, or freight elevators, and the player is climbing up this kind of like factory you know, scaffolding kind of environment like this. High shelves and whatnot. Hey, Detective. Working on a new big game concept. Hopefully not super big. I think it is much more modest with its design. But it would be an undertaking for sure. Mainly from level design though. A lot of art too. Yeah, something kind of like this, I think would be, but less like cargo crates, more shelvy. But I think that would make for a good focus. And then, you know, this is normally where like the cryo stuff is there too, so you might have like some ice on some of these platforms or containers. Maybe both like the water vapor has leaked and it's also really cold, so you even have like some snow and ice forming and stuff. You say scope-wise, is this versus Golden Chronicles? Golden Chronicles was very systems-driven. This is more level design and atmosphere. So it has its challenges, but from a system standpoint, it is way simpler. Way simpler. No, like not really any emergent gameplay here. It's just mostly just gonna be focused on interesting levels and platforming. Of which we pretty much have the platforming mechanics already. Just need to find interesting locations to put them in, right? Cargo containers. Burst cryo pipes. Ice and like fog. I like that. I like that. I like that. Okay, so what would be our hazards for this? Well, we have fog and the ice for surface materials. We don't really have anything here that will kill the player, but I think that's okay. We don't really need every single level to be super dangerous here. This can just be a difficult platforming section. Or medium difficulty. Honestly, I think that with, depending on how we make the ice, that's more than enough, right? Especially if we start adding in like moving platforms with the ice. Cargo containers. Well, maybe make like one thing to repair here. Cargo containers. Freight elevators. What are like the horizontal elevators for moving cargo called? I mean, we could have some of those, like those maybe like ceiling ones. Well, they would just be freight elevators, but just horizontal ones. Not get too specific or focused on that. You know, I think bouncy platforms would be really fun in like the research and development labs. Or conveyor belts. You know what? I like that. Let's save that for level 4 with the rare earth element mining gallery research, or save them for the smelting, refining, and forge level. But I do fucking love that. We don't really have anything with the water treatment here, though. Maybe water treatment is working fine, but cryo storage has gone kaput. And you have to like seal the cryo containers. They've been burst. Some rocks fell, they burst them open, that's why everything is icy and cold. And you need to seal them up again. Yeah, that could work. You can always change it later. Cryo containers. First, falling rock and debris. Punctured them. Located throughout deep storage. Need to platform to various locations around storage to seal them. Very maze-like platforming area. Just imagine like just this massive warehouse, and you can kind of see, when you get up to the top of the cargo containers, you can kind of see, okay, there's one over there, there's one over there, there's one over there, and now how the hell do I actually get over there without, you know, landing on the ground? And I don't know, maybe it's way too cold down there, like that's where the cryo liquid is, and that will like freeze you, like, you know, Terminator 2. It'd be after the rocks have been rushed into fist size type guys. Yes, I like that. I really like the orc conveyor belts. It's a really good idea. Perfect use of our moving platforms too. What was I doing? Oh, I was gonna add the hazard, yeah. Surface materials, but also lava insta-death, cryo liquid, insta-death. Instead of the floor is lava, the floor is it's like liquid something, I don't know, whatever is cooler than liquid oxygen, or maybe it can be liquid oxygen. It's cold as shit, okay? It's cold as shit. Your exosuit is keeping you warm. Yeah, you're gonna get frozen into a car. Yeah. Very cold, don't touch the ground in the storage facility. Big sci-fi storage thing like this, the floor is cold as shit. Supercritical liquid helium. I don't know, whatever we use. I mean, we do have the oxygen generators, so maybe the oxygen generators from level 3 are also... Oh, okay. Bonus points for liquid oxygen. 3 uses. Liquid oxygen creation, which they turn into gas for breathing. They use for fuel directly, and they pump down to cryo storage for freezing things. Those are the positives of the liquid oxygen. Multiple uses. I don't know how that sounds. We can change it later. It doesn't matter. I almost need like a list of the pipes at this point. Like what? How many pipes do we have going from place to place? I feel like we have a lot, and we just keep adding more pipes. I need a list of our pipes. Superfluid helium, a quantum state below 2.17 Kelvin with 0 viscosity, infinite thermal conductivity. A wall climbing film. Isn't that a little bit too cold? Like to the point where if the floor was full of it, the whole room would just be fucked. Let's try with the liquid oxygen for now. Because we do need to create the oxygen. And we'll see what happens with level 5. If we need to go more crazy with it. Room would be a superconductor and also things would fly. It's a little bit too dangerous. I feel like at that point I would just be like, you know what? Yeah, I'm just gonna go jump in the lava and die. I'm gonna go out like Gollum. Should it be hot and cold water that we pump? And instead of like water and heat, we just pump the hot and cold water, or maybe we could be. Yeah, if we're creating the water at that level anyway, it'd just be easier to pump the hot water. Physics plausible platformer. I do like it, but it sounds cool. Let's keep it in mind. Let's keep it in mind. It's superfluid helium. Shit floats in it. I will, yeah, you are right. I will forget, and then I will Google it and realize that I forgot it. Level 6 to 5 pumps water, hot water, water and hot water. Level 5 to level 4. Cold water, hot water, because it goes past the cryogenic, right? So we cool the water. Oh, also we have electricity. So we'll keep that going. So we have our water, we have our electricity, but we don't have... Wait, I need like up to down, right? Because this is going, what is going up? We also need what is coming down. Shit's complicated, man. You know that guy on YouTube that like follows all the rivers in games? What's his name? Something like Texas? Something. Water in Skyrim. This guy, Innie Austin. I want to make the world so good that this guy plays our game and follows the wires and pipes and realizes that it is all going to where it needs to go. And not only do I want to do that because it's really fun, but look at how many views this guy gets. Can you imagine the kind of marketing that I can get if we do that for free? Just saying. This will be a game for the engineering autists. That is my promise. So now I think I must be paying the algorithm to recommend his videos. My new feed. I watch one or two of his videos and my news feed won't get him away. I tried showing my wife one of them and she like just fell asleep. She's like, this is so fucking boring. I'm like, but isn't it cool? Like the level design and you know, they got the rivers, you know, and it's all going where it needs to go. I think they're really cool though. I really like them. My wife is an anomaly. I don't even know what the fuck she likes anymore. She'll like things that I never thought she would like, and she'll hate things that I always thought she would like. So she is an average woman, is what it really comes down to. Yeah, his videos are good. They're really cool. I just like shitty inserts of yourself using a green screen into games. I don't know why. It's just really funny to me. I know Jabbo does that too. Like, he'll have like a Fallout bar and he'll just green screen himself behind the bar talking with his microphone, and it's just kind of fun. Okay, so we don't know. Does anything from level 5 need to go down to level 6? Is there anything? I guess we could pump some cryo liquid down to help cool the do we need to? Is there any reason? Okay. Hear me out. Air gets pumped from level 3, oxygen. And it goes down to the cryo, where it gets cooled. For air conditioning, or we just go the simple air conditioning route and we take regular ass air and we pull the water vapor out of it. Or however the fuck air conditioning works, I don't know. We condition the air. We flick the condition switch and then the air goes from air to air conditioned. I need a goddamn degree in HVAC at this point. I think we would just old school air condition it. And pump the liquid back into the system to water treatment. And like a diagram. Oh man, dude. I'm gonna spend like 2 months just making the wires and pipes for this game. I can already see it happening. And then I'll pitch the game to a publisher, and it'll be like 5 minutes of me talking about the game and the 25 minutes of me just talking about how all the wires and the pipes are accurate. Worry about this later. Let's worry about that later. Cargo facilities repair store. Ice, fog, and cryo fluid. What do we want to be the cryo fluid? If it's just gonna be like liquid oxygen. How cold is liquid oxygen? It's cum? How cold's the LOX? It freezes at negative 218C. Boils at negative 183C. Does it really look blue like that? Liquid oxygen wouldn't naturally be blue, would it? When liquid oxygen is poured from a beaker into a strong magnet, the oxygen is temporarily suspended between the magnetic poles, owing to its paramagnetism. Whoa, I want to see that in action. So we could create like some floating... liquid oxygen or something. Wait, is it actually blue? That's so cool. Like, you'd put this in a game and people would be like, you just colored this because it looks cool. But if it actually looks like this, that's so awesome. Wait, you tell me I can just buy liquid oxygen in a sprayer for acne? Oh my god. I don't know what the fuck that is, but it's not liquid oxygen. It's probably just like hydrogen peroxide or something. Yeah, that's awesome. Well, that's what we'll use then. We'll just use liquid oxygen. It's getting long. It's a good thing though. Paramagnetism. Can we find that? Can we find liquid oxygen paramagnetic? All right, let me go to the bathroom and then I want to look at this. 119 million views? That's 119 million more views than I ever get on my channel. BRB. Holy shit, Dramox, you have a 30 stream streak? That's insane. I feel like you should get more points for that than 450. What a lame amount. Alright, show me the
I'm gonna
paramedic.
try pouring some liquid nitrogen over the poles of this strong magnet to see what happens.
Okay. What happens?
That doesn't look like a whole lot happening.
No, nothing's happening. It looks really fucking lame.
Let's try doing the same thing with some liquid oxygen. Hey, check it out. The liquid oxygen sticks to the magnet. And it looks like it has a slight blue color, too. Interestingly, some medical sensors make use of the magnetic properties of oxygen to test for its presence in blood. I'm gonna try pouring some liquid nitrogen.
Okay, it looks really cool. Is there anything we can do with that? Is there any scenario in which we could say, oh yeah, look at these two magnets, they somehow ended up like this and now liquid oxygen is pouring, but can we do anything with it from like a gameplay perspective? I don't really know. Is this cool or what is this? Oh yeah, with the levitation. That's with a super cooled electromagnet, right? We could do something with that. Let's say they were storing electromagnets in the storage facility, and then the cryo spilled. Would that work with liquid oxygen? Because then we could have like a storage container that fell over from the tremor, but it's levitating because it's... Well, the storage container would have to be... Because these are all magnets. All three of them. Just that these two pucks are cooled and the middle one is not. The neodymium maggots. I mean, I bet there is something we can do with that. It wouldn't be significant, but we could just say like, okay, these two, these two magnets fell into the liquid oxygen, but they froze so quickly that one of them is stuck frozen in the liquid oxygen and the other is floating above it because of how cold it is down there, and you jump on it or something, but just... It's interesting for a quick visual. I don't know if it's if there's anything crazy we could do regarding the platforming mechanics with that. Let's worry about it when we're building that section. Let's worry about it when we do that. Okay. Level 4. What do we have Rare earth element mining R&D. This is where I think we could get pretty fun with like the bounce pads and such. Or anything else crazy that doesn't really fit with the rest of the theming. Or maybe it doesn't have like a crazy amount of use. So maybe this could focus a lot on the bounce pads as like some... I don't even know what the right word would be here. What's the physical material value called for the bounciness? Can't think of what it's called. It's not elasticity. I'll know it when I see it. The restitution. What would it be scientifically called for something that was high in restitution? I guess it is elasticity. Perfectly elastic collision in which the objects rebound with no loss of speed, but in the opposite directions. That would be perfect for like a an audio log from one of the scientists. We have succeeded in creating a perfectly elastic compound that, when any inorganic object like, it doesn't have to be so scientifically accurate that we start throwing up a whole bunch of bullshit numbers or something, but just these just sound cool. What is this?
For a number of years now, work has been proceeding in order to bring perfection to the crudely conceived idea of a transmission that would not only supply inverse reactive current for use in unilateral phase detractors, but would also be capable of automatically synchronizing cardinal grammeters. Such an instrument is the turboencapulator. Now, basically, the only new principle involved is that instead of power being generated by the relative motion of conductors and fluxes, it is produced by the modial interaction of magneto-reluctance and capacitive directance. The original machine had a base plate of prefamulated amulite surmounted by a malleable logarithmic casing in such a way that the two spurving bearings were in a direct line with a panametric fam. The latter consisted simply of 6 hydrocoptic Marsal vanes so fitted to the ambifacient lunar wane shaft that side fumbling was effectively prevented.
Yeah, that's what my dad taught
The
me.
main winding was of the normal Lotus O-delta type placed in panendermic semi-boloid slots of the stator.
Makes sense.
Every 7th conductor being connected by a non-reversible Tremie pipe to the differential girdle
Yeah, I mean, they used to do every 8th, but every 7th was a lot safer.
spring on the up end of the Grammys. The turboencapulator has now reached a high level of development, and it's being successfully used in the operation of Nofertronians. Moreover, whenever a fluorescent score motion is required, it may also be employed in conjunction with a drawn reciprocation dingle arm to reduce sinusoidal repleneration.
Makes sense
It's
to me.
not cheap, but I'm sure the government will buy it.
It's not even that expensive for the government these days. What, that's like one bag of ball bearings that the government purchases? I like that, though. That's funny. Bouncing ball and sport regulations. I like that there's an entire page for bouncing balls. Leap rebound hardness test? Uses a tip of tungsten carbide, one of the hardest substances available. That's what my wedding ring is made of, actually. Drop down to test samples from a specific height. Interesting. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it's made of. Perfectly elastic. I feel like that would be a really fun way to approach this from like a scientific standpoint, is to say that researchers in this station have created a perfectly elastic like material or coating. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me though of Portal 2 with the blue liquid. I think I would like it if you had to how the player navigates through this facility is really crucial. You know, we have this central elevator, right? You could say, or this central shaft. So, you know, it's gonna be this long, thin shaft, teehee, like this. But then there are those offshoots, so like the geothermal plant. I can... Oh, I can't modify anymore. So the geothermal power plant is like this, you know, down here. But then the player's stuck down here, so they make their way, like, I don't know, up through here. Then they have to come into the central shaft and platform over to the water treatment cryo storage area. And that might be a bit taller or something, right? And they need to traverse and do stuff here, and then platform their way up to the next section to R&D and all that shit, right? And of course, this is the most dangerous section to be in, because if you fall, you have to do an entire section over again. Nobody wants to do that, but it is, of course, the exact type of game that we're making. Checkpoints optional if you want to use those. So there's like these sections where you have danger, more focused around the narrative element of what's in there, lava, liquid oxygen, the ice, whatever, you know, whatever it is. And you briefly come back into the main chamber where, of course, there is the solar radiation to worry about bearing down at you, but it is at an angle. So like the sun might be at a slight angle, so you'll have some of this in shade and some of this in sunlight or in the solar light. As you go up though, of course, more of it will be in the light and you'll have to worry about solar radiation more. But that's the general premise of how you go up and up and up, so I'm wondering if we should include these intermediate sections or if we should just worry about that when the time comes. I don't know if that makes sense. But I'd almost like if like the player has to get through cryo storage and escape through some like hole that was created near the top of it out onto some platforms that reach over to R&D, but it's like you enter like an exposed cavern in the crevice and you have to find your way into R&D from that. So you start in level 4 with going through a bit of rare earth element, like tunnels. Maybe not with a whole lot of platform, but maybe like, 5 to 10 minutes or something of light platforming, more just looking through these tunnels. Bit of a breather, let's say. I like the pacing of just slowing the player down for a few minutes after completing a tougher section before jumping to the next one. I don't know how to describe what the R&D labs look like because I don't even know what we want to do for the gameplay in the R&D labs. All I know is we want it to be more like focused on bouncy pads. But I'm starting to think, okay, if this kind of reminds me of Portal 2, then should this area be more like puzzly? Should it be about lining pads up or flicking switches to move platforms that they were using to test? Maybe just a mix of bouncing and then climbing something? Kind of like... Let me test something out. Because we do have some air control with the player movement controller. Meaning that while you're in the air, you can move your character around a bit more and reorient yourself. And there might be some use cases for that of bouncing around like a corner and finding something to latch onto. Or a different type of platform, timing it correctly, what have you. I just don't remember how much air control the player has. Quite a bit. Yeah, it's quite a bit. Which I think works for us. So you might have to find ways to, you know, like utilize the jump pads, get some like velocity, because it will retain your velocity, and that way you can reach further things. You know, like that. We'll need really precise level design. Or like they have, you know, like two pads back to back like this. And every, I don't know, couple seconds it switches between one that, you know, maybe it like switches like direction like this on a timer. Or oscillates or something, you know? But I like the idea in theory. I just wonder how players would like it when they go from... They start in like, you know, lava, magma, crumbling rock, and then go to icy storage facility where it's hard to get good footing, and then to like research lab where it's more puzzle and like fewer hazards that will kill you and more about using your brain. To me, I like it. And to me, I would enjoy the variety that that's offering. It's a nice twist on the genre. I think we just do it. I mean, I like the way it sounds. I like the way it sounds. I like the way it sounds. I don't know. I think it's worth doing. Very visually busy R&D labs. I don't know if there's... I don't want to force hazards in here. Like I said, this might just be a level that's more focused on using your intelligence to get through as opposed to having to avoid something. It could be fun to fuck with players a little bit and do like some hallucinogenic spill. And it causes some of the things they see to be fake. I can only say like moving and bouncing are gonna be like the core of this. And I think like having to clean up the hallucinogenic spills in some way could be nice. I just don't know if it should be like gas clouds or some liquid. All right. Doesn't matter right now. Doesn't matter. Like, just say gas. Oh, this is like our third pipe leak. What about lighting? What about lighting? What if it's... You have to repair the geothermal power plants, right? Or you don't have to. It's optional. I'm wondering how interesting it would be if the player didn't do that, if in certain sections of the rest of the map you wouldn't have lights or something, or only, you know, some backup lights. It sounds cool, but then it becomes... we start to veer away from these are optional side things you can do to get a different ending, to now there are actual gameplay repercussions and difficulty spikes due to your failure or choice to not do this. How about default? It doesn't do that, but we do a game mode for that. Either a game mode or a difficulty option. Maybe not a separate game mode, but maybe like a difficulty option where I'm trying to think of how to word this. Like failure to fix consequences. Because I almost see it kind of like having something to do with like the handyman. Failure to fix consequences. I don't know. There's a better name for that out there. Let's not worry about it right now. Default off. And this failing to fix failing to repair certain facilities / systems as consequences on other parts of the game. I'd have to take a look at what else we've done, but for sure this would mean failing to repair level 6 geothermic power plants. Means the facility using backup power in some areas are extremely dark. And then I think like the dark side game mode would have to full facility on backup power, no level 6 repair possible. This would force the build your own stations difficulty option to be on and forces the failure to repair consequences difficulty option to be on. Like, I like these. I think this is good replayability. And they're interesting more than just, I don't know, you have 20 minutes to escape. Although I think some official, like, you know, in-game collectible cosmetics or achievements for beating the game within a certain amount of time could be doable. I don't know how to feel about that personally. I think that most games that have achievements for beating the game in under a certain amount of time usually don't have the greatest of engagement and completionism. So I'd rather stay away from explicit achievements, like Steam achievements, you know, or trophies that reward that, but instead do something in-game that people can show off on streams or screenshots or something. It's one of those things like, in some cases, those player-driven difficulty options, like, hey, let's beat the game in under 30 minutes or something, it's better to just be handled on an individual level. Like, you have a timer. We don't need to start throwing it in-game. You like the niche achievements that feel special or something you did or completed? I mean, I'm not saying that we can't have those, but just if we're being a bit more casual friendly and saying, well, you don't need to be speedrunning this game, right? What's more important is that you beat it, because the difficulty comes from completing it. There is extra difficulty from completing it in X amount of time. It's just, yeah, having the achievement for time, something I'd rather steer clear from. An in-game reward for completing it, fine. System-tied achievement or trophy, I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna do that. What are some other failure to repair things? Or should we just keep designing the levels and then come back and say, okay, what are some additional failure to repair consequences that we could do? Because I like the idea of, okay, you failed this, you know, default off, of course, but this is more like a hardcore option or forced on by a game mode. You failed to repair the geothermal power plants. The facility is now using backup power. Some areas are extremely dark. Still doable, but I think that that's really fun for like, okay, this is a handyman speed run, right? So we have to fix everything, and if we don't fix certain things, it'll make the game difficult. But because it's a speed run, we don't need to fix those things, which means we're going to be playing the game with the backup power, so it's a little bit spooky and definitely more difficult. I like that, right? Because that's more of just like, you chose not to do this, but the game is still completable. But now it's a very different run from the usual. You love achievements that feel special to me that not a lot of people have. I agree. We'll design some really cool achievements. Hey VR DVN, what are you making? I am designing a platforming game. It's kind of a boring day. We're just talking and writing stuff in Notepad. But you gotta start somewhere, and we have a lot of the mechanics for the platforming already made. We're just trying to find interesting ways to like tie them into things. What's a platforming game? It is a game where the core gameplay is around jumping and climbing, getting to different platforms, stuff like that. A lot of 2D games, but ours is going to be a 3D platforming game with a heavy narrative backbone. So yeah, let's say that the facility to repair here is the hallucinogenic gas. What GPU do you use? I have a 4070, which is a little bit overkill, but better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. I mean, honestly, if you're working on a game with a pretty big open world and you want to have a lot of stuff loaded, having more VRAM is going to assist you there. Otherwise, you might get Unreal crashes. Generally, a better GPU is going to assist you more long-term in Unreal than a more powerful CPU. Doesn't run fast on your MacBook? I don't know what... I mean, I can get Unreal to run just fine, especially with like larger open worlds, but it just depends. It's, you know, it's a game engine, and it's going to be way tougher to run the game engine than the games from the engine. You might get only, I don't know, like 80 FPS in engine, but then you build the game and you have 140 FPS, right? Because you don't have all that background debugging and profiling going on. Right? Can you show me the game? Well, we don't have the game yet because it's just the, well, I can show you the platforming mechanics if you want. There's an audio delay though, because my capture card is dying. So if you hear the footsteps out of sync, that would be the issue. So we built some of the platforming mechanics already, and are just working on. We refined these recently. We refactored them. We documented them. They're all working pretty well. Oh, these ones aren't working. I gotta fix that. Oop. Actually, it's a good thing I showed you, because there is a bug with those. I don't know why. Got some moving platforms. This is our test level, so it shows off different capabilities of the tools and the mechanics. Custom curves for these. Very useful for the level designer. You can kill and respawn the platforms once they reach their destination. You can use custom meshes and actor classes, which is always nice. Bonk. We made some more advanced functionality for these too, so we can run spline events at different points from different triggers, which can then trigger other splines to do certain things like stop, restart, all that sort of jazz, and then they can trigger other ones. Take one of those things in the waiting room of kids' doctors. What happened here? Those are going way too fast. This is for the speedrunners? What did I fuck up on those? How do you animate move the character? That is from the ALS pack, and then we did some modifications for the climbing and mantling. What the hell? Oh, they got reset or something. Are we in the latest branch? Yeah, we are. Huh. I quite vividly remember the last time we worked on this, we fixed the movement speeds. They got reset somehow. That's kind of annoying. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it right now. What happened to Golden Chronicles? You've been away for a while? You've been away for a long time. If you don't remember what we did with Golden Chronicles. Long story short, publishers loved the game, loved the pitch, loved what we had, budget looked great, timeline looked feasible, and then they asked, "Oh, so where's your team?" And I'm like, "Well, that's what the money's for." They're like, "Oh yeah, no, we're not gonna give you money to make a team. You need to have the team first, and then we'll give you money." I'm like, that's a tough nut to solve without money. Kind of annoying, but understandable. It's the risk factor, right? There's no guarantee that if they give us the money, we can find the people that we need within a reasonable amount of time frame. So, yeah, kind of dumb. Should have said, "Oh yeah, the team is waiting." Well, okay, some people do that. Some people will fake either having a team, or they will say that you have these people. I don't want to say who, but I know some people that did exactly that, and it did work. But you run the risk of, okay, here's the money, and then you have to actually hire the people. You're essentially building a company with no equity in it, I mean, that's not really their problem, right? Because they make their money back from selling the game. That would be more like the investors would provide the equity, and then you would build a team with investment money. But, you know, if let's say we get an investor, right? So we value the company, I don't know, we can value the company at like $200,000. Probably closer to $100,000. With what we've built now, I could probably get a valuation of $100,000. We sell 40% of that to an investment company. So we get to keep the controlling share. We get 40,000. We would use that money then to hire an initial team, build like some bare bones prototype and pitch, and then go to a publisher and say, here's our team. The issue is that, you know, we then are already cutting the pie by 40%. And then we get a publisher who says, okay, well, we want 50% of the revenue, and we have a recoupment clause, so we need to make our money back first. Okay, so now you're getting shafted. You're not making any money, and you end up, you know, making a game like Colden Chronicles and walking away with, I don't know, $500,000 if you're lucky, maybe less. And you're on such a tiny budget because you have, you know, 25, 30 people in your core team that you have to keep alive to build another prototype, with most of your profits being eaten away from the publisher, and you have barely enough to sustain the company for like another half a year. So you're kind of just caught in this loop of, well, now we need to get another publisher, or, you know, build another game with the same publisher, and you're just caught in that loop. I want to avoid that loop, even though that loop is sustainable and you can get out of it. Most companies do not get out of that loop, unfortunately. If that makes sense. Yeah, no worries. It's good to see you back, Polis. It's good to have you back. Ashes of Scam go in early access tomorrow? Oh boy. Company that can give you enough money to make up a game also has layers to make you wish you didn't tell them some pork pies and sell them for, yeah. I want to avoid that if possible. But we could do it. If we needed the money, we could go to get some investment money. We could build up a team, go to a publisher, get the money to develop a game. I just don't know if that's the right move forward, and I am actually very scared of doing that. Why does one need a publisher? Publishers do a lot of good stuff. I mean, they handle the marketing, they handle the legal side, they take a lot of overhead from your business away from you. They just focus on getting the game out there, getting it in front of the right people. A lot of money goes into marketing the game, and they also just have existing platforms and people that they can market their game to. So if, for instance, you're making an immersive sim, and you go to a company that publishes a lot of immersive sims and has, I don't know, like 100,000 people that are following their Steam page or something, or like them on Twitter, or following them on Twitter, then you have this core audience of people that are most likely going to be your target audience for the game you're making. And being able to ride on that, you know, piggyback on that can sometimes be a make or break. There's a lot of indie games that just go out there thinking, oh, I'll do the marketing myself, but then they don't have an audience and they fail to get any recognition because nobody's clicking on their game, nobody's buying it, therefore Steam algorithm is like, well, this game sucks and doesn't really need to be pushed, so fuck it, throw it in the back bin. Same reason music artists need a label. Publishers need for branding, to a certain extent. They can also handle localization, QA, porting is another important one. So if you don't want to have to worry about that yourself, they can handle that. They also help with producing the game itself. Publishers take a percentage cut. Yeah, in almost every case, publishers will take a percentage cut. Ownership of IP is more rare these days. It can still happen, but it's very rare. Very rare. It used to be extremely common. Nowadays, thankfully, it is less common. But you can sell the IP for a smaller percentage of the revenue, right? So they could say, okay, you get to keep the IP, but we're going to take 50%. Like, okay, well, we'll sell you the IP, but we keep 75%, and you guys take 25%. And you could say, but if you decide to make a sequel, we get to pitch you the idea first, or you have to come to us and give us an offer or something. But, you know, it's just, there's so many loopholes with shit like that. Generally, I would never sell your IP, but you are going to end up with deals that are maybe not in your favor. The better the game you have, and the bigger the existing audience you have of your game. So, for instance, if we're making this game and we go to early access on Steam, right? And we have great reviews, we have a lot of players, people fucking love it. Do we need a publisher? No. Can we get a publisher to help with some things? Yes. But we'll say, okay, Mr. Publisher, you are well known for your localization, your porting. We want you to do only these two things for us. Not to market the game, not to do anything else for it. We're going to give you 15% of the cuts. You guys handle that side of things. So, you know, it can get very, you can pick and choose what you want the publisher to do. What's the usual percentage cut taken by publisher? 35 to 60. I've seen some pretty bad percentages before. 50 is like the common middle ground though, with recuperation clauses. Yeah, it can get pretty nasty. And that's you're assuming that the publisher is going to do a good job. I've seen a lot of cases where publishers don't do shit, or they, you know, post some bullshit on social media and ruin the reputation, or they just don't help you very much. And, you know, you can't really renegotiate that percentage. So, I don't know. It's very risky. You get the money, but it's risky. Yeah, Steam takes 30%. Steam takes 30% of gross sales. So if you sell the game at $60, Steam will take 30% from that initially, and then that money is chewed up by the publisher and by you might have to pay back investors or whatever. They're looking for profit, right? So depends on how you handle the shares, right? Or handle payouts. Bigger company can negotiate for less. Well, yeah, if you're a bigger company, or if you have, you know, some existing authority, or if you just need somebody to help you with porting, really. Because it's like, okay, I don't want to have to port this game to the Nintendo Switch and to the PS5 and 360. I don't want to deal with certification, because console certification is a bitch. Then, yeah, it's just like, help me with this. We'll pay you this flat fee or something, or you guys take 10% of the profits. You up for it? Deal. Yeah, there's a very small margin. You can be walking away with, like I said, best case scenario, or, you know, average case scenario. It's not even average. It's really good case scenario is you walk away with enough money to build a prototype for your next game, and then have to pitch it to a publisher because you're out of money again. And it's really easy to get caught in this cycle of just needing to rely on a publisher over and over and over again. I would like to avoid that, but it's very difficult to avoid, and in my case, it might be impossible. We haven't made any money yet. And if we had just a little bit of money, a little bit, we could do a lot. Oh, I'm in Steam. Heard not everyone pays that 30. This is true. Yeah. The more money you make on Steam, the less money they take from you. So like EA or Ubisoft doesn't have to pay 30%. It's probably closer to 25 or 20% or something. Best approach would be to create an audience and bypass the publisher. It is the most difficult approach, but it is the best approach if you want to avoid having to suckle on their teat. But it is no guarantee. It is no guarantee of success. Finding an audience is already more difficult than I would say than getting money from a publisher. And that's still no guarantee of sales. You could get a lot of likes on Twitter. You could get a lot of views on YouTube. That does not necessarily translate to a lot of sales, though. Yeah, it is a boomer bust approach. I think that's a really good way to put it. You cannot operate thinking that you're going to go viral. And going viral is no guarantee of success. Well, Schedule 1 did really well, but there was no guarantee that it would have done well. It's a really good game, and Tyler does a great job creating it. But he went viral. but it could have gone the other way. Yeah, it's 1 in 1 million. Yeah, it's just it's more difficult to go viral the way that Schedule 1 did than it is to just to make a bare prototype, ask a publisher for 50,000 bucks and just finish your game, selling 100,000, 150,000 worth of copies, and which is a financial success, by the way. If you 50,000 from a publisher and you walk away with selling 3 times that in sales, yeah, sure, it's pretty good. I think Expedition 33 didn't pop up out of nowhere. For once in my life, I can say that I called Expedition 33 success, despite what people in my chat were saying when we were watching the trailer. Because the first time I saw that trailer, I'm like, yeah, this is interesting. The premise was great. The visuals were wonderful. What's the best way to scam a publisher? Lie, I guess. Just lie about everything. Show a trailer that's mocked up with gameplay that's mocked up and tell them that it's actual gameplay. And you might be able to get away with it. The thing is, though, if they are really good. Publishers see so many gameplay demos and trailers all the time. So publishers are harder to scam than investors. Because publishers will be just like, okay, this looks great. Give me a key. Where can I play the game? I want to play it myself. And so it's harder to scam them with an initial trailer. But you could still lie about like your team size and how much experience you have making games. Investors are a little bit easier to fool because you could show them a gameplay trailer that isn't actual gameplay and they might buy it. How do you want to scam investors? I don't know. You can scam some of the AI ones just by saying, yeah, our game is using AI to do all this great stuff. I wouldn't scam it, because if you get scammed by these people, they'll just sue you. In a lot of cases, when you sign like a publisher agreement, if they pull out of the agreement, you might have to repay them. I've seen that. I've been part of that before. So, you don't want to be caught in that situation. And if you're new or if you're untested, they might throw that in there and say, we will not give you the money unless you sign it with this in there. So it's either this or we walk away. And desperate, studios do take this, and some of them are okay with it. Some of them fail, and then they have to pay that money back. They go bankrupt, and they fuck everything up. I wouldn't scam. I wouldn't lie. If you can't produce a good gameplay demo, you're not going to produce a game. Or success? I wouldn't know, because I don't scam. We made one game. We made 2 games, but we made one game. All of our gameplay trailers on our channel have been 100% gameplay. And this was one of the biggest selling points to showing off our game to publishers. Like, this was our prototype gameplay, and it was 100% gameplay. Nothing was mocked up. Nothing was faked. We gave them keys to play this on Steam. It may not look good. That's the point of getting money to finish up a game. But it was all functional. That would be my recipe for success. Because if you can't even create a bare prototype, you're not going to make a game. And if you can't make a game, I mean, what's the point then? Long story short, don't scam people. Don't scam publishers. Don't scam people with more money than you. Because they can hire lawyers. Use the bounce pads to reach inaccessible places and repair. Or maybe instead of like repairing the leaking pipes, you reroute the gases to escape the facility as opposed to being pumped around it. Because then that's more like more puzzly. I like that a lot. Why scam people with... Just don't scam people. Do unto others what you wish be done to you. Are you gonna publish this game on Steam? Yeah, we will. We might go into early access for it, but I'm not sure yet. It just depends on how we see the development going. It might just be easier to finish it up than go to early access. On Microsoft, I don't know. I haven't published on Microsoft Store or Epic Games, so I don't know what their pipelines look like. If we can get the game successfully on Steam, then sure, we can look at, you know, porting it to other platforms on PC, and then we, of course, porting it to other consoles. But first, it needs to be financially successful, because otherwise we won't have the money to do it. More puzzle-focused area rather than having explicit hazardous challenges or failure points, or like long falls, I suppose you should say, or falls that significantly set the player back. Yeah. That's gonna be a very controversial section of the game, I think. You plan on finishing this one, at least to EA, before looking for publishers? If I can avoid finding publishers for this, that would be perfect. The good news is we have worked with like localizers before, but if we go to early access, the plan would be early access, English only, with gamepad support, of course, and develop the rest of the game localized from there. How much is the total cost of this game? Unknown yet. We're way too early to do a proper budget. We probably have everything that we need to do most of this ourselves. Worst case, we might need to spend maybe 20 to 40,000, and that would be used to help finish up the game, and then early access can then help to pay for localization and stuff like that. Yeah, it's not that much. 40k is pretty cheap. Would people want a game that is not English? No, it would be English only, and then we would localize later through development, because localization costs money. I don't know how many words we'll have, but we will have voice acting as well through audio logs. That can get a little bit pricey. Why would you localize? Most game sales for this will likely be from non-English speaking countries. I can give you a good example of one of our previous games we made. Okay, hold on, I have to sign in. Hold on. Oh, okay, sign me in automatically. Damn, we've had over 5,000 unique users. That's pretty cool. It's a free game though, so it doesn't cost anything. Where do you see it? Where was it? It was... Am I looking in the right place? That's yesterday. Oh wait, it's over here. Yeah. US is 26%, but then we have nearly 12% in Japan, 9% China, 9% Germany, 7.5 France. The Asian market is pretty big. And we localize the game to... Ignore Honey Pop. Let's not talk about that. We localize to French, Italian, German, Japanese, Korean, Polish, Russian, Chinese, simplified Chinese, Latin America, Spanish, Swedish, and Turkish. Did XQC... No, I didn't play this game. I don't know if he would play this. It is free. Anybody can play our game if they want. Yeah, this is Coin Pusher. And it was no AI, so we paid for the localization, and I would do that for every game. No AI at all. Think he did? No, he wouldn't have played this. It'd be pretty cool if he did, though. No, that's not our game. That's not ours. Ours is a different game. It would be cool if he did, though. But maybe he'll play this one. Yeah, no, it's close, but no, he didn't play ours. One day, though, it would be cool if I made a game that XQC played. Can most Germans speak English? Well, maybe. But I'll tell you what, they will leave negative reviews if they wanted the game localized in German and didn't have German available. And, you know, realistically speaking, if it costs me, I don't know, $1,000 to localize a game in German, but I can sell, you know, let's say 100 copies of a $15 game to Germans, I end up with a profit, right? So in a lot of cases, it can pay for itself. More of just like an accessibility thing. Like I'd rather lose money getting 100 German players than not spend that money and potentially have negative reviews or just not have those people. And I know I could use AI for it, but I'm not going to use AI for any localization ever. Humans only. It's true. Being able to relax is nice. Are you an AI hater? I just don't think it has much purpose for some of this stuff. I'd rather just help people. I get better results from it anyway. If we want to use AI for like pre-production, great, but I never want any of that touching the final version of the game. So far as you know, well, there is some trust involved there. I don't disagree. I don't know for sure. AI for pre-production. So like, here's a concept image. And then I give that to like an artist and I say, this is kind of what I'm thinking in my head, but this instead of this, instead of this. And then they make the actual thing from scratch. My wife speaks Japanese. Oh, I have that covered. Don't even know if they did a good job. You're right. Except that people will complain about poor translation, so I will know if people do a bad job. And so far, I didn't have any complaints about Coin Pusher's translations. My wife is not Japanese, she's Polish. But she's smart, unlike me, so... Smelting, refining, forge, oxygen generation. Let's make this a challenging one. We aim to translate Coin Pusher into the languages that are most important. So the most important languages are like efigs. It's showing me it in Polish, but it's English, French, Italian, German, and Spanish. And then there's CJS, so that's Chinese, Japanese, and Korean, essentially. CJK, not CJS, CJK. So efigs and CJK, I would say, are the most important. Does it have local pricing? It is a free game, so yes. Must be expensive to localize game. Depends on the language. Some languages are really cheap. Some are more expensive. It can be anywhere between, like, let's say 5 to 15 cents per word. Usually averaging out to about 10 or 12. Depends on language. How does it make money? It doesn't make money. We were going to charge for it, but to me, I felt like the game wasn't it didn't have enough gameplay to really warrant having a price. So I just made it free. Visuals, smelting, refining. I mean, we should have like big crucibles. You know, liquid, metal, and molten rock and shit. Are you a generous person? I wouldn't say that. I just don't want to scam people or fuck them over. It was a game with like 20, 30 minutes of gameplay. Just have fun with it, you know? This game will cost money, but this game was going to be more significant in scope and better designed. Coin Pusher Reloaded was like it was a passion project, but it was more like a game jam game that we just decided to finish. I'm gonna stick with the guys who charge for your words, not their words, or who just quote the whole project. What do you mean? Being generous and being 2025. Hey, I'll take it. It's better than being selfish, right? Oh no, the per word charging is the original language words, so it's all based on the English language words, not the other way around. But you are right. I think there must be a way to localize props. Let's say street signs, storefronts. It'd be a cool little touch for people who speak that language. There is, but you'd either have to switch out textures if it is texture based, or you could do text to texture through a material. That's a pretty fancy and pro way of doing it. Or you just throw like a text with like a, what am I thinking of, a decal, something like that. What instrument is this? I have no idea. Ask C418. Cyberpunk localized? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I would imagine that the Cyberpunk pages are also localized too. And a lot of games will be a big factor, especially for Asian countries, is that not just your game is localized, but also your page. Huge thing to do. And a lot of indie developers will fail to localize their Steam pages. And it does cost. It costs a lot. It not just Cyberpunk being localized, but I would bet that Cyberpunk also has different language support too. That's the expensive part, is the voice acting. Yeah, they have full audio for French, Italian, German, Spanish, Japanese, Korean, Polish, Brazilian Portuguese, Russian, and simplified Chinese. That costs a shit ton of money. Easily tens of thousands minimum per language. I don't know how many lines of dialogue they have. Visuals, smelting, refining, forge. Also the oxygen generators here too. I think this will have a lot of moving platforms. And like, you know, like moving chains as well. And then like the conveyor belts too. If we can get those working properly. I don't really know what a if we can get a, I'd have to see. There's got to be a way to do it. Even if it's just like kinematically moving the character. I'd have to see. Would be good to have though. No one else's massive what? Your dick. A level where the money is fish, aka coins. Yeah, these are just some great ideas, huh? You have a story narrative writer? No. This game doesn't need it, but we have other games where we would want a narrative designer and some writers. Cauldron Chronicles, our previous big game, was going to need that. But no, fuck you. What the publishers said, they didn't say that. They were actually very nice. Like this. Oh yeah, I like that. That's pretty cool looking. This was you? Yeah, it was. I was really emotionally torn with it. I kind of feared that would be a possibility, but it was the least likely thing I thought would happen was the thing that happened. I was hoping they would just say, oh, you know, maybe polish up the gameplay a bit more. I don't know, add this or that, remove this or this, change this, and then come back to us. It was the one thing I couldn't fix, which was you need to have more people. Okay. With what money? here. Wrong place. Wait, publishers lie to you, you can lie to them too. No joke, Dramux, I had people recommend that. Like, with complete sincerity, they're like, oh yeah, no, just tell them that you have a team already. I'm like, this is the way to do things? You're just gonna start the relationship, you know, that like the 3+ year relationship with a publisher that's supposed to be your mommy milker. Just start by lying to them? Yeah, do fake business, yeah. I mean, look, if that's the way that that business is usually working, I'm not really surprised at this point, but also it would just be really frustrating. I think I could build a better long-term relationship with a publisher that gave us better deals and helped us and was more understanding if we didn't just lie to them at every turn. I mean, I get it. Like I said, I've not naming names. Let's just say I know exactly what it's like. I don't want to repeat that. It wasn't good for anybody. Like what happened with Vampire, dude. It's so sad what happened with Vampire. But they will literally say, they will literally mock up gameplay, right? They will like show you talking to an NPC and clicking on different options and different things happen in the story, and they will say, we've implemented this system in full detail and you can talk to 10 different NPCs and change their stories by talking to them. And you want to know the truth? They hard-coded that one NPC to do only that thing when you press those options, and then made a quick gameplay trailer of it. And then they'll tell that's what they'll tell the publishers. They'll tell the publisher, yeah, we have it fully working. Really dumb. I don't know. I mean, clearly, I'll say this, my method of telling the truth to the publishers with the gameplay was well liked, but it wasn't enough to get us to the funding. Had I lied about the team that we had with us, I think that it would have gotten me an additional couple of discussions, but they would have seen through the facade eventually. I don't know. It's too much risk for me to take to just lie about. Number one, I don't want to lie about that bullshit. But number two, it's just too much risk to take to say that when it's not true and hope that I can magically find the people that are going to help me produce what I said we were going to produce. I don't know. Like, eventually it would have come back to bite me in the ass. Maybe I could have gotten some money, maybe like, you know, some initial payment. No guarantee that we could have gotten past that. And I would have had to continue to lie about it until miraculously we had hired the people we needed. Everything's fair in love and war. I don't know about that. I think just the honesty pays. You tell the truth to your wife? Next question. Yes, I do. I'm just joking. We'll make you know what we'll do is we'll make a mood board for each of the levels. And I think this would be like a really good image to show for like the mood board of what we want with this forge. A lot of verticality. How many years have you been married? Not even one. Accuracy International. Hazards. For sure, molten, like metal and rock. I think we could do hazardous gases as well. What else do we have for hazards? Heat haze, for sure. Heat haze would be a good one here. And lava. It's a clip send it to her. How many years have you been faithful? There have been some temptations. I'll say that. I think like every long-lasting relationship is going to have its down points. There was one notable point where I was pushing the line with somebody, and I was just honest with my wife about it. At that time, my fiance, right? Don't incriminate yourself. No, and I was just like, there was this other girl, and I was flirting with her, and I just told my wife about it, and I said, look, I'm just going too far. Here's what happened. And yeah, obviously she was angry. She was not happy, but it hasn't happened since then. But I'm glad that I was, honest about it. You tell my wife the truth about photography costs, and that shit ain't cheap. It's the same thing for me with like electronics. You guys got a lot. You guys got a lot. I'm gonna have to skip some of the message you guys are saying because I want to get through this. I understand how the funding works in these spaces though. Quality dev costs min 4K. So how do you finish a game with 50K in funding? Where's the money for everything else? Or do you keep the scope so small as to finish in a couple of months? Yes. So you're right. Number one, a developer does cost a lot. Like most of your budget goes into salary. Let me pull up Golden Chronicles, right? And this is all in euros. So you really just have to keep scope small enough to finish it in a short amount of time or outsource very carefully for specific things. So rather than hiring somebody full-time and paying them for work that you might not need or trying to find work for them to do that you don't need, is to specify, okay, I know I need this mesh, and this mesh. I'm going to hire somebody to make just these 3 meshes and pay them that upfront cost. And so it over time that can kind of bring that cost down. Or try to do things yourself and keep it lean, even though it's not perfect. Just get to early access, like in our case, and then replace that placeholder thing with a better outcome. So for us, it would be, we're going to just get some placeholder library music, and then from the money in early access, we properly compose a soundtrack for the game and replace it. That would be one thing to do. It depends kind of on your release. Like what is your release supposed to be? Is it going to be early access? Do you have another way of funding? Are you going to go to Kickstarter to get some funding from that? Like a Patreon, multiple things, YouTube advertisement. How are you funding this apart from just grabbing money from a publisher? But you are right. Most of the cost, like for us, 3 million of our 4 million euro budget is salaries. Just that. Oops. Yeah, what a programmer sucks. Thanks for the follow too, man. I guess publishers wanting a team from you seems a bit ingenious. Publishers don't need to take the risk when there are so many developers looking for funding that if there's any red flag, they'll just go find somebody without that red flag. It's really what it comes down to. So, for us, like, they looked at the budget, they looked at everything we had, great. But the red flag to them was, if they give us the money, there is no guarantee that we can hire the people that we need and scale up to the size that we want to scale to in a healthy way that ensures development stability. I can't argue with them when they say this, because honestly, when they said that, I'm like, you're right. I don't really have a retort, because you are actually right. I wish it wasn't the case, but they are correct. Do you own the company? Yeah, I do. Yeah. I own the company. We're fully, like, private. We don't have shares or anything. Red flag was BDB and Spoons nuts. Yeah, I think we could have written, to be honest, we could have written better characters for the prototype. There were a lot of things that we could have improved to I think, sell the game better. But if the end result was still, we wish that you had a team, then I'm not going to spend, you know, the next year fixing those things when they aren't going to improve the possibilities. Stacking, I have no money. I have no money. I've had no salary for like 3 years. You can be my accountant. The end result is a negative red number with no possibility of getting tax returns because I don't pay anything. But sure. Are there any facilities we could repair in the smeltery? Or maybe like the oxygen generation? I thought we moved the oxygen generator down. What did we say earlier? Were we supposed to move the oxygen generation down to a different level? Smelting aluminium releases a heap of O2. Is that true? Oh no, water synthesis was on the 6th. Good music. It's from Dredge. We could do like oxygen generation and like air scrubbing down here. We could change it. Just live off your wife, or do you have savings? It's mostly just living off. We're kind of like paycheck to paycheck right now. Not gaining, not dying. Well, we're slowly losing though. The game industry is just fucked right now though. I can't even get interviews right now. It's really horrible. And at this point, I'm just starting to think, like, if I don't succeed with Microraptor, then I have to go find a different job in a different industry. Because I just... something isn't working. And I don't know if it's a red flag that I started my own company or something. I thought it would be beneficial because, you know, I have extra experience. Or maybe it is beneficial, but it's just like... it's still a net negative because of all the other things. What, the J-Slur? What's the J-Slur? What is the J-Slur? Oh, job. I want a job. I want one. I love my work. I'm very passionate about it. Starting your own company is only interesting if you release a game first. No, I agree. I agree, Amikira. I don't think Coin Pusher Reloaded is enough of a success to turn heads. It's something. It's not nothing. That's why we're doing this. But no offense taken, because I agree with you. I don't know. You know, I have these weird like thoughts of it would just be much nicer to go and work at like some bakery or factory, doing something physical and much less stressful than game development. I'd make way more money from it. I'd make more money working at McDonald's. With low enough salary expectations, you'll always find a job. Sadly true. What if there's like something you have to turn off in order to get the oxygen generators back online? You know, I want to mix up the idea of like repairing pipes. I don't know, like, you know, in this case, it would be cool if there were like some parts of the forge you had to turn on or off. Because maybe the oxygen generators, the air scrubbers. What could be done for this? Would it make more sense for like the oxygen generators and air scrubbing to be in the same place as like the hydroponics? I know it's a lot of shit to place in one area, but it's not like we need to have platforming happening in the gym and cafeteria. It's more just like what can you expect to see, or rooms, you know, signs pointing that way. I'm just wondering if like level 3 should just be smelting, refining, and forge. And we move this up to the actual location in which people are living. When is the game going to come out? I would like for this game to come out next year. Forgeries use a lot of oxygen. You can redirect that if you already have running forgeries. Do they use a lot of oxygen? I guess it makes sense. Like, I watched some people forge stuff and they use the oxygen for you know, welding and such. Or it's mostly like maybe argon. Something inert. Next year wasn't taking so much time. Making games takes a lot of time. Making games is not easy, it's not quick. And we do not have a very large team. Plants generate oxygen, so it makes sense for them to be part of air purification. That's what I was thinking too. Like the air scrubbing could be attached to hydroponics so that the plants get fed with the dirty air, which would increase their growth speed, right? So, temperature control, not for welding. Oh. I mean, we can pump down the oxygen, right? Because the oxygen is going to have to go to all the other levels anyway. It's kind of weird that smelting, refining, forge, great, that makes sense. But then also the oxygen generators and air scrubbing are in the place where it's kind of the filthiest. Like on one hand, I could say, okay, that kind of makes sense. But in another way, it also makes sense for them to be at hydroponics. Or in the same place as like the habitat where the people mainly live. Could be between hydroponics. Well, we'd have to make a new level for that. I don't know if we want to. I like the idea of there just being like 5 levels. It's a good number. I mean, okay, so I guess here's the better question to ask is, we can very easily, and I think, make a really cool level of platforming with the smelting, refining, and forge, right? Can we put platforming around the oxygen generation and air scrubbing, or should this more just be a, this is what's on this level, but this is not part of the game to platform in these areas? I'd almost rather say that the oxygen generators and air scrubbing were miraculously unharmed in the incident, because otherwise it would, we would say, okay, well, we don't have oxygen generation, so now you have to have oxygen as a resource, which I kind of don't want to have. Whatever happened to that autistic kid? Which one? What will be the game size? Oh, that's impossible to say right now. I'd like to keep it for sure under 10 gigabytes, ideally around 5. I think we can probably aim for around 5 with a lot of careful reuse of textures. There will be some audio though too, so that might bump it up by a gigabyte or two. Around 5, less than 10 for sure. Or fewer than 10. How many people are working on it? 2 to 3. Full time. Very closer to 3. Do you know how submarine air scrubbers work? I do, Amankira, because of Smarter Every Day. From Destin. Makes it fun and challenging, adds enough to be worth it, then maybe. I just don't know what you would... I don't think the oxygen generators and air scrubbing provide much... I don't know. Oh, Kenji's? I don't know. He was working on his game. Maybe he still is. Maybe he's just grinding it out. No, I don't think the oxygen generation and air scrubbing should be part of the gameplay. At least that's my first thought. I would rather focus on the smeltery, refinery, and forge. And that's the entire third level of this. We can leave this here, but this should just be like a... You can see the room with this stuff in it, but you can't get in there, and it's not part of the gameplay at all. And we'll pump stuff out of that level. And if we want to move it up to level 2, we can. But we need something in level 3 relating to the smeltery, refinery, or forge to repair. And it would be cool if that impacted the gameplay in some way. But only if failure to repair consequences is turned on. What could you do? I guess you could get it back up and running. Like maybe some of the smelteries are like turned off. McKeer. Coin. This is not coin. There's no coin pushing in this game. And this is not the coin pusher game. There's no... This is just a platforming game. What game were you thinking this is? Jesus Christ, it's already 3 p.m. Well, we're going to continue this tomorrow, so I'm not going to worry too much about it. What if it is the oxygen? No, this is 1000% a different game. This game is called Redlock. 3D sci-fi precision platformer. No coin pushing. Trine, dude, I love Trine. Such a good series. Except for one of the latest ones. I have to replay those though. Okay, I'll say this. If we're looking for something to repair that would benefit the gameplay option of failure to repair consequences, meaning that you need to repair it or else there are consequences to not repairing it. Very, very easily, we could do something with oxygen. Super easy, right? But I want to do something with smelting refinery in the forge. I just don't know what we could do with that. Maybe there's a backup of rock because nobody is... I don't know. They're not running and you need to get them running for some reason. But I don't know what consequences that would have on the rest of the station to not have the refinery work. Because it's like, okay, things are getting backed up, but it's just like, then nothing would happen. Timed event with lava rising? That might be a little bit too hard to get working on a technical level. Though that would work. Something with lava, man. We don't, but by the way, we don't actually have to, we don't have to have anything in this level to repair or fix. It could just be a really hard platforming section with really cool visuals. It doesn't have to be here. Okay, two things. If we can't think of anything off the top of our head, fine. We don't need to have the answer now. That's, I think, the more important thing. We'll come back to it if something pops up. Maybe one of the days of development, somebody will have a perfect idea for it and we'll be like, that's it. That's the thing. Let's add it to the design document. And once we get to that level, we can do it. For now, not applicable. Especially because we already have like 2 things to repair in level 6, and then 1, and then 1. Here we can do none. We could then move oxygen generation and air scrubbing up to level 2. Keep level 3 more focused. And do something with the oxygen repair. We'll do 2 things to repair on level 2. As a replacement. Because that's it's a pretty important, you know, like, level to repair and get working so that people can move back in and start to repair the facility as a whole. It would be like, I don't know, hydroponics and the oxygen and air scrubbing, right? Or like medical. Medical would be a big one, especially because a lot of people have died and gotten hurt, right? I have no idea what we could do with that though. $60 to 90 minutes? I'd like to make it a little bit longer to compensate. But these are just rough numbers of aims, of goals, not guarantees that that's what it'll be. Could end up being twice that if it ends up being fun, right? Plus, there are also still intermediary sections between these that probably need to be defined too. Habitat, hydroponics, medical, gym, cafeteria, oxygen, air scrubbing. For sure something to repair the air scrubbers. Or oxygen generation. I'm starting to think... I'm starting to go back on my decision. Because let's put it this way, if there are consequences to not repairing something, but that consequence is like 20 minutes before the end of the game, or the ability to repair that thing and nullify the consequence is like 20 minutes before the end of the game, then, you know, what's the point, right? What's the point to having that in the first place? It's like, oh, you have this curse on you, but you get to remove the curse 10 minutes before the last fight. And it's like, well, okay, do it for narrative reasons, but from a gameplay perspective, there wasn't really a cure to this. The cure was just beat the game. In which case, I kind of want to put the oxygen generators and air scrubbing back on level 3 and, yeah, tie them to something with the forge. Okay, let's theoretically say that we find a good solution for that. We have the Habitat Hydroponics Medical Gym Cafeteria. Is there something there that we can fix that would narratively make sense and also potentially have a consequence for the rest of the game if you fail to have that fixed? It doesn't need to have a consequence, though. Give a choice if you want to repair and make it more easy but slower, or not make it harder and faster. So that is it. It is optional. It just means that there are consequences to the game if you do not do it, but the game is still 100% able to be completed. Without it, it just might be harder, right? So if you don't repair the thermal generators, geothermal, that's what I was thinking, the geothermal generators, you won't have power in some of the locations throughout the game, so they'll be darker and rely on like backup power and a few lights. Harder to navigate, but still very possible to beat those levels with it. The cyberpunk looking shit gun Jesus posted. What? Okay, I have to skip through because it's like 19 minutes. 17 minutes. That's a bullpup? Okay, I have to watch that at home. That looks wild. Is there anything stopping you from having an auxiliary life support level? Smelting is dirty, so they have a little helper life support system? Ooh. Actually, that kind of does. We have hazardous gases in here, right? So what if the goal of fixing this is to, ventilate the smeltery area, something like that. You kind of do that for the hallucinogenic gases, right? So I don't know if we should repeat that two platforms in a row. Like, congratulations on rerouting the hallucinogenic gases from R&D. Now reroute the hazardous gases from level 3 as well. Fix hydroponics to fix the O2 gens, which then makes you breathe easier at lower levels. Well, the thing is, you don't go to lower levels, right? So you'd have to go up there in order to then breathe easier on lower levels, which wouldn't make sense. Because you're going up, you're starting at the bottom and going up, not starting at the top and going down. So it would make more sense if we wanted to do some like oxygen gen and air scrubbing to do it lower. Just kind of the catch 22 I'm in, right? So putting it up higher makes it worse for the gameplay. Yeah, you start at the bottom and you go to the top. You know what would be cool? Is if you could fix the radiation shielding from the sun so that you don't have to worry about that anymore. That would be good to put near the top, because then you'll have to deal with it quite a bit. But then we can allow the player to be exposed to the radiation shielding for more of the gameplay, and at best they can prevent, I don't know, like 25-30% of their exposure to this. So if we wanted to move oxygen generation and air scrubbing back to level 3, we could put the radiation shield control in level 2. Though I feel like that would end up at level 1. Now realistically, the goal was just to get to level 1 and you escape, but it's okay if you need to get to like the full surface. Because remember, the entire facility is very vertical. So like this. And the sunlight is coming in at a bit of an angle. So like this much of the facility is hit by the intense radiation, and that's what will drain your ablative. So if you can fix the radiation at some lower level, then it doesn't really make sense, because you would just not have to worry about it for the rest of the game. But if it is higher up where you fix it, then you can make this bit of gameplay a bit easier, and you still then have to deal with the majority of it, which is good from like a gameplay perspective. But if you move it too high up, then there's no point to do it. But if it's too low, then it is just one of those things that is almost required to do to make the rest of the game actually playable. Depends on how much gameplay there is in this last bit of game, though. And if it's still like 2 hours, 2 or 3 hours of gameplay, then it makes sense to do. What What are you doing? Just struggling. That's what it is. I don't know where to put the oxygen generation. I don't know what to do for level 2 repairs. I don't know what all. Let me go to the bathroom. BRB. I'll think about it while I'm walking. Oh my god. I'm losing my mind. I don't know what to do. Good news is we're going to continue this tomorrow, so worst case, we just get stuck and we come back tomorrow with a fresh mind. Probably what we'll have to do. I mean, it makes no logical sense for the radiation shielding control to be at the 200 meter depth and not in the first level. But I'll probably just put it in level 2 anyway. And just, I don't know, move this back down to level 3. I mean, okay, so realistically, we want to include oxygen as a resource because let's say that there is a consequence to not repairing the oxygen. This is, by the way, this is just like an optional difficulty setting, defaulting to off. But if you turn it on, it adds additional gameplay elements and consequences to the game that you can fix by repairing the systems that are causing that problem, right? So this is, just to reiterate, optional. What would it look like? I mean, how would you lose oxygen in this? Would it just be like you have to get to a location where you can restore it? So if you spend too much time trying to platform, you lose oxygen, or each time you jump, you lose oxygen or something? You know, is it one of those things where it just makes you, it forces you to have to be more efficient? And is that something that is pleasant to do for a total of like 3 to 4 hours of gameplay? Yeah, is that fun? For an optional difficulty setting. Is it fun for a single level? I mean, my gut says no. Would it be fun to do for a single level? Maybe. But if it's only a consequence for that single level, then why have it at all, right? Okay, we don't have to have there be a consequence. Maybe I need to remind myself of that too. We can make it so you have to repair the oxygen scrubbers and generators. There doesn't need to be a consequence with this gameplay option if you don't do that though. I mean, maybe it could just be the air scrubbers, right? So maybe it can be like, oh, you know, there's still oxygen in the facility and a lot of people died, so it's not like you're running out of oxygen anytime soon, but the air scrubbers will need to get turned back on and fixed before people can move down here. So fun enough to worth it? No. I mean, the player having to deal with oxygen as a resource to me is not nearly fun enough to warrant adding it. Because I just have yet to see a game where adding in oxygen resource management is fun and not annoying. And if we add too many resources like that the player is constantly having to keep their mind on, it pulls you away from focusing on the gameplay itself, is my take. Minecraft? What did they do with it? I mean, I'll say this. I don't think Starfield handled it horribly. Just because they made it a rechargeable resource that was used to do jetpack boosts. Which was like, okay. It's more just like an immersive way to have a rechargeable jetpack. That wasn't bad. You have X amount of oxygen time before returning to base. But is that fun in a game where you're expected to platform and you're trying to aim up a good jump, but your oxygen is gone? I don't know. I don't know if for this game this works. I think for Planetcraft you're fine for like a survival game, but we're not a survival game. I think I'm trying to force it. Yeah, not good for you. Yeah. We'll say that the player has to repair the oxygen scrubbers, but there's no consequence. There's no failure to repair consequence. We have two failure to repair consequences right now, which is the power plants and the hallucinogenic gas. If you fail to repair the geothermal power plant, certain parts of the facility will be dark or darker with like backup power turned on. So again, you can beat the game, going to be harder. And the hallucinogenic gas, if you do not reroute it back up to the surface, there will be some hallucinogenic gas clouds scattered throughout the facility. So not the end of the world. You can still beat the game with it, but it will make it more difficult. It would be nice if we had like 3 failure to repair consequence mechanics. We already have 1 major survival mechanic, radiation. They do have the radiation ablative. It is a full spectrum. I don't know how good it is against radioactive material. But I think you're onto something, Bird. Because I'm looking for something that you can repair in the forge, smelting, refining area. What if it is a backup of radioactive material, unsmelted radioactive material that needs to be chucked into the smelter? You know, the nuclear lined protective smelter. Otherwise, the player will take a blade of damage. Yeah, but how does that affect the rest of the facility, though? Fuck. Fuck. Oh, game design. Average game design moment. For 1 level. I think it could be cool. I think it could be cool if... Yeah. Maybe. Detect the efficiency of forge smelters. The radiation shield, your diagram of sun flare. More O2, more area cover, less O2, harder routing. Okay, Pulvis, that's got me thinking. What if the radiation shield is a controllable, like, ozone layer? So they purposefully are piping, are using the smelting that they know is going to be going on 24/7 to pipe the gases up to, I don't know, some, you know, special containment area up there. And because the forges have stopped working, those gases are not being piped up, and so the ozone isn't getting condensed. So rather than having a specific, you need to go repair the radiation shield, you're repairing the smeltery, you know, you're getting that back up and running at normal operating speed in order to rebuild that ozone layer, which protects against, as you said, more of the radiation, the solar radiation. It's not perfect, but it's, you know, enough to get people moving back down in there and working the facility. Or it protects against the flares, but not the average radiation. So you would still take some solar radiation, but just the constant one and not the solar flares that occur, which are even harsher. How does that sound to you guys? I don't know. I don't know how to scientifically explain a localized condensing of ozone gases. A little more elbow grease. I think it's a good start. Are most streamers who are going to be playing this game be able to understand? Well, you don't need to understand what's scientifically happening. You're just told, if you do this, it will repair the radiation shielding to protect against solar flares, but not the generalized solar radiation. Imagine you can create a localized cloud to protect against the solar flares. You know, it's kind of like what we would need to do on. This is underground. So this would be like what we plan to do on Mars, which is create a natural ozone layer to rebuild the atmosphere. But in this case, it's like a localized layer of it. Yeah. It's sci-fi. It's maybe not the most scientifically accurate, but we can take a liberty here and there to make something fun. Forgers and smelters creating parts of the shield, and the shield using parts with a life limit. That can be done too. The outcome is still the same. The outcome is the same, and I'm happy with the outcome. The reason for it, honestly, is less important. And that can be worked out later. Again, room size, whatever the solution is, we know that it would be related to this level and have this outcome. That's enough for me right now for the high level. Because it protects against a game mechanic. I like that it happens at level 3. And so you would still have to deal with it up to that point. Okay, inconsistency issue. We have a consistency issue. The failure to repair consequences is supposed to add mechanics if you select that option that are adding difficulty to the game. This would not be adding. And the consistency goes against the flow of the design. I like the result. But it's inconsistent. Fuck. Fuck, we're so close to it too. I mean, unless we add the solar flares, but not to the default game. But I want the solar flares in the default. Well, now that I say that, so here's how it works. You constantly take damage to your ablative coating on your exosuit while standing in sunlight, but the facility does not receive direct, top to bottom sunlight. But because the planet is tidally locked, the sun doesn't move relative to how you see the sky. It's always in the same spot. Basically we don't have a day-night cycle. The sun is just there, right? Which can save us some performance because we can bake the lighting if we want. Either way, and we don't have to rebuild shadow maps from the skylight. Regardless, so you constantly take damage in the sunlight, right? And the idea was to have solar flares that occur at specific intervals or specific durations that increase the potency of that radiation damage. Which is cool. It may not have been super awesome, but I like the idea of moving that to a failure to repair consequence for the forge. Again, we have like 3 different ideas of how you could repair the forge to accomplish that repair and protect against just the flares, not the general constant radiation, but the stronger intermittent radiation. And that way the base game doesn't have those solar flares, but you can enable the failure to repair consequences option, or play the handyman game mode, which will enable the solar flares and then also have the repairing from that. That sounds a bit better to me. Failure to go fast. I don't want to encourage people to go fast by default. I'm okay if we do something like through a game mode or something later where we have that, but the default, I want to just say go at your own pace. If you want to speed run, you know, go for it, great, but you don't have to. Just take your time, explore if you want. How you play is up to you in that case. I don't like the timer threat. Not by default, at least. But room size, you're thinking about you're thinking in the opposite way. Your goal is not to go from the top to the bottom, but from the bottom to the top. So as you go up further, you're exposed to more radiation out in the main tube of the facility, but not in the off rooms that are more like sections without access to the sunlight. You're protected there completely. Where did I put the solar flares? Oh, hazards. Silo with rooms to the side? Yes. Yes. And because it's slightly off-centered, maybe I'll just draw it here so I can refer to it again. Get out of here. Okay, so the surface of the planet is up. Oh, hold on. Hold. Don't type yet. Shit. Wanted to copy that. Whatever. Surface up here. You're down here. You start the game. This is like 2 kilometers down, right? 2 to 3, 2.5, whatever. You start at the bottom. Your goal is to get to the top. The sun, or the star in this case, not really the sun because that's ours. Our star is up in the sky. The planet is tidally locked, meaning that when you look up at the sky and you see everything, it doesn't change for you because the rotation of the planet matches its revolution. So there's one side of the planet that is always exactly at the same point of daylight, and there's the other side which is always in the same point of the nighttime. If you're getting ads, it's not me. I don't run any ads. Twitch forces ads. I can't turn them off. I hate ads. I don't run ads. I don't run ads. I can show you. Ads not scheduled. How many minutes of video ads do you want to run per hour? Low. Manual ad length frequency shorter. I mean, that's basically if you force run ads though, so it's not the same. But yeah. Disable pre-roll ads. I can't do anything about it. Twitch forces them on you guys. Sorry. So, this runs, and let's say that the sunlight is coming down at about this angle. So this part of the shaft is in sunlight perpetually at all times, doesn't change. This part is not in sunlight, shaded, the word. So because you start down here at the bottom, right, and you have to work your way up, you won't really experience much of this as you start, and you'll get a little bit here, you know, and like you said, or like Punka said, the rest of the facility is quartered off into these sections, like this. Let's make them blue for the sake of it. Size is not important, location is not accurate. Imagine that each of these are the levels, right? So you start here, you're gonna go into... I'll use another blue color. Golden boy, thanks for the follow. You are golden for following. You start here, you move up through the geothermal vent area, lava, bunch of shit, broken platforms, rocks, and then you come back into the main shaft and you can platform your way up to this area. This is the next level. So of course, falling in one of these is not that big of a deal. It sucks, but it's not that big of a deal because you can just climb your way back up to where you would exit that level. Falling in the main shaft, not recommended. 0 out of 10. Don't do that. But then as you move up, you'll be exposed to more radiation as you're getting to the next area. Yeah. So yeah, it's exactly like you're thinking, Puka. Silo, and then you're moving from room to room. These rooms are fully protected from the sunlight, so you won't get any of the ablative damage from in these rooms. Not from the solar radiation, at least. I hope that kind of explains things a little bit better. I do apologize that isn't very obvious from what I've been talking about for the past 7 hours. But hopefully it makes sense now. And then, eventually you get up to the top, right? After the 5 levels that you go through. I only showed 3 here, but... You get up to the top, and that's where you can escape. Run to the ship. Here's the ship. Those are the ship legs and the thruster. And the wings. But yeah, no, we originally wanted to do like a day-night cycle, but we don't want to do day-night cycle. Platform with survival elements, not really survival elements. There are some elements that you would need to die, you could die with, but it's not a survival game. Massive circular hole. It doesn't just have to be a missile silo. It could also be exploded underground bunker, maybe. Big one in the mountain that the government uses. Regardless, it's deep underground. You're working on expanding this deeper, right? Because you want to, you're part of, this is a mining facility, and the goal is to go deeper into the crust to find the rarest, biggest veins of materials used for making fusion drives. But there's an accident, and you cause a rock burst while mining, or the mining crew does. And unfortunately, this is a pretty big rock burst, and causes a lot of instability and shear damage to the facility structure. A lot of things break because of that shear damage, and people die. Things are crashing to the ground. You fall like 100-200 meters, but your exosuit saves you by putting some reactive foam in, but right before you hit the ground. It's a mining accident that causes a massive facility-wide destruction, and people basically presume everybody's dead at the bottom. and a lot of people are dead. So everybody is trying to get up to escape here on the ship, and you have to get up and escape with them. And optionally, you can choose to repair things on your way up, which allows people to move back in and slowly reopen the facility, or you can just escape. Completely optional, just changes the ending, adds some extra difficulty or gameplay. Optional, don't have to do it. Just more of like a replayability thing, or for people who are, you know, like completionists and such, doesn't really matter. There's no bad or good ending in this case, just a different ending. Patty not waifu character. It's the waifu minds. All the simps died. But hopefully that makes sense. So basically, as you progress upwards, there is less gameplay to experience, right? But it also means that if there are any consequences, like for instance, if the power plant is all the way at the top, and fixing it turns the power back on, and you have to play the whole game with this, you know, darkness before getting to it and fixing it. From a gameplay perspective, that's kind of dumb, because you are playing most of the game with this consequence that gets fixed at the end. That doesn't really mean anything to you, because your game was played in darkness. So for instance, if I put conversely, if we put the solar flare protection, not the solar radiation protection, but the one against the intermittent solar flares at the bottom, before you even experience much of the solar radiation, then it kind of trivializes the rest of the gameplay, because you didn't really have to experience the problem in the first place, and now you've fixed the problem. So ideally, the best place to put it is like somewhere in this region, right? Where you've probably had to deal with the solar flares a bit, and you don't want to have to deal with it in the more challenging, dangerous, risky last bit of platforming, where if you fall from up here, you could end up at the bottom again. Obviously not great. So that would like that's one of the risk factors that you could eliminate, and then have a bit of a chiller time finishing up the game. I hope that makes sense now. And why I'm like struggling to think of where we should put things, because if we put them too high, then they don't matter. If we put them too low, then they're super important. Like the main protagonist, an attractive female? I mean, the main character could be female. I don't see why not. Doesn't really matter what the gender of the main character is. This would be a hard sample for a beat. What, the song or me? Who are we sampling? You want real-time lighting to affect the game's environment? Yes. But the sun wouldn't. So we would have Lumen enabled. Thankfully, the sun does not need to dynamically update these shadow maps, which saves a lot of performance overhead for us. We would have dynamic lighting. I just don't know how much moving lights there would be in the game, so technically we could bake it too. We'll have to decide on that. We'll have to decide, because we might be able to bake everything and just turn off Lumen, which would help performance significantly. I'd have to see. Initially, we wanted Lumen because we wanted a dynamic day-night cycle, but now there wouldn't be one. I've gotten so off track. Okay, what were the 3 ideas for repairing the shield to protect against solar flares? We had 3 options. Oops. Option 1 was mine. That was to repair the restart facility to enable greenhouse gas creation. Solar shield is just localized greenhouse gases. The second option was to restart facility to re-enable production of consumable shield segments. I don't remember what the third one was. I don't know if I did something there right now. It's just whether we can imagine it playing out. Yeah, we just need to test it out. I mean, it would take us a lot of development time just to even start working on level 3, so it's more just, let's write something down that sounds like it could work. And when we get there, we'll cross that bridge. Color theory based puzzle. Okay, so the reason why I want to stay away from color based puzzles is for colorblind people. That's why you don't see a lot of those in games. I want Tim Kaine to play my game, but Tim Kaine is colorblind. Let me see if we can find what somebody mentioned earlier. Tech related. Oh, it wasn't really a third one. Batman, Tim Kaine, not bad. No. Let's leave it to these 2. I thought there were 3. There were only 2. And then this is back up at level 2. I did like the idea though. So yeah, I don't forget who mentioned it, but somebody mentioned other sources of radiation. I do like that the forge here has maybe some radioactive material, and that can slowly hurt your ablator. Or ablative shield if you're close to it. So let's do that too. Yeah, I'll put this down here. Plus is proximity based ablative damage. And then health if no later. I don't know if that's the right forms of the word ablator to use in this case, but I understand what it means. That's the important thing. And so we'll add that to the hazards. Which kind of maybe clashes with the idea of having geothermal power if they have radioactive material, but it's a game. Let's not take it too seriously. Yeah, thanks for showing up, Pulvis. It was really great. And thank you for helping me with this, because I couldn't do all this design alone. And you guys are absolutely crucial to the design phase of games. It's very helpful. Without you guys to kind of like throw ideas against and to explain things, and for you guys to provide feedback and ideas to me, we wouldn't have a game looking this good. Never thanked you once. That's because you don't help C-Spawn. All you do is complain. And you know it. Sub button says. Alright, okay. Fine, you and your Prime sub. Let's save the last 3, or I guess the last 2, because well, no, kind of last 3. Let's save these for tomorrow. Let's come back with a fresh mind and see how we feel about what we've made so far. But I think we're moving in a really, really good direction. Our hazards work well and they're immersive. I like the game modes and difficulty options. They do change the game quite a bit and are pretty cool. The different endings are interesting, but you know, they're mostly just flavor and maybe for achievements or something like that. They add replayability. That's an important thing too, especially if we do take this to like a publisher or something. Some nice optional stuff for people who want lore. Simple resources to manage that I think are easy to understand but don't require you to be constantly worrying about them. I think a good simple start to the game with level 6. Very basic, easy to understand platforming mechanics that aren't too crazy. The cryo storage I think is really fun and interesting with the ice and kind of floor is lava kind of gameplay. Although in this case the floor is cryo. Research and development facility is really cool because it's more puzzle focused and doesn't really have any hazards that are going to kill you. Just more like set you back and play with your mind. That's very unique. Smelting, refinery, the forge area is, I think, pretty cool sounding too, and just it's going to have really cool visuals. A lot of hazards too, so it's going to be a very difficult section of the game. And we'll see what the other 3 areas, or 2-ish, I don't know, depends how we want to play this, end up playing out. But it's looking good so far. Starting to develop into something of its own. And while it may not introduce any unique mechanics to the genre as a whole, I don't think it needs to. But I think it is a very unique take on the genre. And has enough already to stand out, especially if we can actually just make it, which is the hard part, right? Easy to design, hard to develop. But we'll start with just one level at a time. And if we can get it out into early access and just start playing around with it and seeing what people think, we could start to make some money back and pump it back into the game. Because a couple $1,000 will go a long way for something like this. Oh, I'm dead. I need to go home. Focus on white box in the first level and using the core gameplay you have now in it, and start editing these extra stuff later as needed. Oh yeah, that's what it'll be. We will talk about like what the prototype will look like after we have the high level design. But we're not going to be creating any of this anytime soon. It would literally just be level 6 would be our focus. That's it. That would be, if we went into early access, it would just be a really highly polished version of this. This would be our vertical slice, is level 6. So we prototype this first by just gray box, no art, and then, you know, Rex, if he's here, would work on the mood board and beautiful corner, because we need to know what the art style is going to look like. And we'll just keep refining and focusing the core gameplay mechanics with level 6, and once we feel that like that's good, we can decide, okay, is this enough to take to early access? Do we feel like it is? Or if not, you know, do we want to throw this a Kickstarter up to get the money to develop the rest of it? You know, what are our technical challenges? Can we load in levels, reload, save, everything? Checkpoints work just fine, data layers, mechanics, UI elements, you know, all that needs to be refined and worked on slowly. Level 6, only that level would be our focus at the start. But I agree. Okay, so tomorrow we will continue with this. And if we get done with those other 2 or 3 levels from a high level point, we will start to make the necessary documentation. So like a 1-pager, core gameplay loop, pillars. And after that, we can start to see what rest of the pre-production is needed. We can start to like map out what our prototype should look like. Yeah, it's gonna be it's gonna be a tough game. It's gonna be a tough game, but it's just there's a lot of polish that I think can go into it that will make the game better, but is not necessary to the core gameplay, right? Like adding in visual effects and good sound effects for, you know, like a burst pipe, or making the visuals of the solar flares look good. All this is polish that if we have the money and the time, will just amplify that experience, but are not necessary to just make the jumping fun. And all of the mechanics to make the jumping fun we have. It's just platforms. And we can scale up a box, we can make something rotate, we have all of that already made. So that's kind of the core of it. And then we can get some concept art. Concept art would be really helpful too. I only have one concept art. I asked I asked AI to make the, like, what this planet might look like. This is pretty accurate to what it would look like, because it's very close to its star. So the star would be very large comparatively, probably even larger than this. But it is a red dwarf, so it would provide a very direct red light to the planet, and the planet itself is just rocky, bunch of bullshit. There's no water or anything on it, so. And we'd be on the sunny side, so there would definitely be like no ice or anything frozen. So I think we can get some pretty cool visuals and global illumination from just a big red Chungus star in the sky. And there's no atmosphere, so you'd be able to see the stars behind it too. So I think it would be pretty cool. All right, I'm going. Let's save this though. Untitled.png, my favorite. Perfect name. Don't need any of this open. I guess we'll keep Universe Sandbox for some reason. Oh, it's over here. It's moved. Beautiful. Alright guys, I'm going to upload this to YouTube, where I will change the YouTube playlist name to Redlock, because I really like the name of Redlock. I think it's simple, it works, it's short, and nobody's taken it yet. So we will use Redlock. That'll be the name of the game moving forward, instead of Into the Chasm or Kill Yourself, as was the meme original title. The game is called Redlock. let's continue Redlock's development tomorrow. Have a wonderful rest of your Wednesday. Thank you for the follows today. Thank you for helping me with designing the game. And if you want to continue to help me with designing the game, definitely come back tomorrow. Peace. Stay cool. See you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.